Thank you. Hello, everybody. My question was, is that as annoying as I think it is? Not just the light, but also the... Why am I moving? Also the spinniness. But yes, hello everybody. My computer sometimes decides to just start complaining right before I hop onto the stream. It's just like... No, not really. It doesn't bother you? Interesting. Well, I'm grateful for that. I don't know how that's possible, because I'm sure it would annoy the heck out of me. Hi, kitty. Alright. Hello, everybody. Hello, Good Boy Gone Callie, Norman Gray, Death's Head, Solo Adrian, Mako Cam, Aerith Winterfell. I think that's everybody. Welcome.
Hi. Oh, you want a chair? Kitty wants the chair. Oh, Kitty wants a chair.
Alright, if you are new here, here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by those who wrote and or reviewed last week. And then we write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then 8 stories are read here, or potentially read here on stream. 4 of them, yeah, that was weird. Anyways, 4 of them are guaranteed. They will be read no matter what. And the other 4 are encores. They can be unlocked through cheering. So you can unlock 4 stories, and the writers really appreciate that, and I also really appreciate that. Yeah. So our prompt for, how to be a guaranteed person. I feel another one. Come on. Okay. So how to be a guaranteed person. So if you go over to the server shop in the Discord, which you can't see on the side, there are 3 tiers. There is the $3 a month tier. This gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit submissions to the writing group forum, weekly forum, and then you get some emojis. And then the $5 a month tier gives you access to all those things. You can submit 3 submissions, and you can submit 6-word prompts, and your story will provided that there are no issues, be in the guaranteed section. Then for $10 a month, you get access to all those things. You can submit 4 submissions, 7-word prompts, and the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat automatically gets added directly to the final vote, provided there are no issues with it, and you may have a tag for your universe if you tag or DM me about it. Thank you for the blessings. All right. So our prompt for this particular week is, I made that mistake once. Once again, I'm super late, so I don't know that I have time to read my intro once again. But yes, let's pull up that listy poo. Our list is, if our guaranteeds, Mako Cam, Aerith Winterfell, Adrian Solario, and Death's Head. Then for our encores, we have Marks, Galler, Ashikon, and Fogwall. And yes, Marks is supposed to be a guaranteed, but unfortunately we only had 3 generals that were eligible this week, so I needed to use a supporter for that. I didn't think about it, but I guess we can do the 500 bits cheaper situation with Marx's if you want. The existence of a solo Adrian implies the existence of a duo Adrian and a triple Adrian. I should ask, Adrian, do you have any time issues? Do you need to go first, or are you good to go third? The username is Foggywall, but they wrote in their title Fogwall. So, right, kitty cat. Multi-Adrian of madness. Here, I'll show you Cat while I'm waiting for Adrian to reply.
I'll show you Cat. Aw, she's starting to purr. I'm getting the little motor. Just a little kitty loafer motor.
Lofa motor. I didn't even mean that to sound like a locomotive.
The loafer motor.
So, Adrian, I'll be popping in and out through the stream. So, what does that mean? Does that mean that regardless of where you are, you may or may not be there? Or does that mean that doing it now would be best? If I miss it, I will watch the replay. I'm cool with whatever. Well, it sounds to me like it's safer to start with Adrian. Are you okay with that, Mako? Maybe more would be best. More stories? What do you mean more? Mako gives me the finger guns. Now, gotcha. Okay, let's start with Adrian then. Okay. A Hero's Son by Adrian Solario. 348 words. Years later, it wasn't the fountain of blood that haunted him the most, but the eyes. The glassy eyes of a child fighting to survive. A child he had murdered. A child only a little younger than his son, who stood before him now, bright-eyed, a weak smile on his face, having just laid down his recruitment papers. Signed. "This is the dumbest thing you've ever done," the father said with a scowl. "And you've done some dumb things, boy. This ain't your war to fight. Haven't you listened to anything I've said?" His son pointed at the paper. "I have to go. I ship out in a week." He looked around the room and took in the family photos, his mom holding him as a child, his father in his uniform, the family dog, now long gone, like his mother. He looked back at his father and said, "I can't back out, Dad. My friends all signed." "I don't give one damn about your friends. Listen," his son said. "I don't want to fight with you, but it's my duty. I have to defend the country." "Duty?" "Yeah. They're gonna kill you out there. Even if you survive, some part of you ain't coming back." The father trembled, fist and jaw clenched. "You don't have to go. Those bastards never send their kids." "Why don't they send their kids?" His son shrugged. He motioned towards a picture frame that held military medallions, bronze, silver, gold, with streaming bright ribbons, and beside a photo of the father, young, eyes sharp, jaw sharper, in military dress. "Mom always said you were a hero." At the mention of his wife, the fuse of the father's anger extinguished. "Your mom," he stumbled. "There were things I never told your mom. Things we did out there. Things I never told anybody. It wasn't war. It was murder." "What?" "I wanted you to think I was a hero, but I never was. We killed innocent people, women, kids." He choked on his word, pulling his son close. "Just be better than I was. Don't be a hero." Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. That's right. I knew there was something I hadn't set up yet last week that I had to set up, but I couldn't remember what it was. And it was the alerts. It's the cheer alerts. And thank you again, Mako Cam. Just a little bit of orange juice in the moth. Okie dokie. I don't think Adrian had questions, so if you did or if you've thought of them, don't hesitate to save them now. Good reading. I like the emotion, Adrian says. I'm glad to hear that. Okie dokie. I like this story. I think you did a great job with it. I think it was pretty easy to follow and understand. Let's just get started. First of all, I like the title. It's interesting. Whoa! Thank you for the nice big cheer, Ghoulish Misfit. I really appreciate it. I like that title because when you just like see it in the list, then you probably take it very literally and are just like, yeah, like there's a hero and this story is about his son. And so I think it's cool that that's how the story is set up, and then in the end, like, it's almost like you yourself as the reader are also like prior given the impression that he's the hero because of the title, and then you learn that he's not, which I think is very cool. I did see a hype train. I don't know why it went away so fast, but I saw that hype train. Thank you, Mako. Really appreciate that. Alright. Excuse me. Can you guys hear when I give those tiny burps like that? I don't know if if I just say excuse me and you're like, what are you excusing yourself for? Was that a silent fart? Thank you for the cheers, Steel Bulwark. Welcome, welcome. Also, if you didn't see, you are the third encore, right? Yeah, Mark, Scalar, Ashikan. And thank you too, Desad. It's raining bits. Should I do little ASMR finger flutters when you guys make it rain? Not the burps, but I hear the air. What do you mean you hear the air? You hear me like sighing afterwards, or it almost sounds like I hear it. I hear the oxygen. I don't hear your burps, but the oxygen, it makes noises. Alright. Okay, so for the first line, years later, it wasn't the fountain blood that haunted him most, but the eyes. I think, so my original thought is that I was thinking that, well, let's see how to explain this. Basically, the issue that I have with this line is that as the first line, that easily reads literal. Like, when you don't know what the story is, you don't know what the world is, this is the first line, the first introduction. When the first line is, it wasn't the fountain of blood that haunted him most, that could be a metaphorical fountain of blood, or it could be very literal. And I originally was just gonna say, I think something like, it wasn't all the blood spilled that haunted him most, and I do still stand by that might sound better as the first introduction. However, I think the problem is less the idea of the fountain of blood and more that it's singular. Because if the line was, years later it wasn't the fountains of blood that haunted him the most, but the eyes, sure, like, yes, there is a little bit of that problem still there, but I think that leans more towards metaphorical because it's like, oh yeah, you've seen many fountains of blood. But when it's just one singular fountain, it leans towards, yes, I met this mad king this one time and he had a fountain of blood in his courtyard and it was very haunting, you know? So I do think that it's not a bad image at all. But especially because it is quite hyperbolic and it is the first line, and especially because it's singular, I do think that at least saying plural fountains, if not just saying something a little more literal, like all the blood spilled, would work a bit better. I do like your intro. I think that works very well. I especially like the transition from this child that he murdered to his son. I totally visualize it like I'm watching a movie and he's seeing this child and their glassy eyes, and then that child's face fades into the face of his son smiling in front of him. And like that can be very hard to do, is to convey through your writing like something you'd visually see in like a movie. So I think that was incredibly well done. I really like that. And I like the specificity of a bright-eyed, a weak smile on his face. That bright-eyed is very much kind of that quintessential, like, innocent child image, and then weak smile kind of adds some intrigue, like, okay, like, why is it weak? What's wrong? And then I really like how you did having just laid down his recruitment papers, period, signed, period. I think that is a great use of a fragment. Because when we read having just laid down his recruitment papers, like laid down could easily mean I'm laying them down. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to use these. You know, I wanted to take them up and sign them, but I'm laying them down and not signing them. And so, chest to open. Frog, wow. Okay, cute. And so I think that's cool that for a split second you're going, okay, he laid down the recruitment papers. What does that mean? And like we pause for a second and then signed. And like that signed kind of reads like we're in the father's head, and it's like a beat drop that's like, oh no, they're signed, you know? So much more so than it would have if you had just said, laid down his signed recruitment papers. You know, it totally would work to say, laid down his signed recruitment papers, but I think this is some really good writing here. I think you did a really great job with that. I am very curious so the father says, haven't you listened to anything I've said? And by the end of the story, I'm kind of curious what he said, because it sounds like his father has not actually properly told him, you know, the horrors of war. So curious about that. This might be a little bit nitpicky, but, so I really like the image of him, like, looking around and taking in the environment. I think you use the environment very well in this story. So I don't have a problem with it on principle. However, like, and you could hear how I read it, I very much read, like, they're starting up a fight. They're starting up an argument. So, like, this ain't your war to fight. Haven't you listened to anything I've said? I have to go. I ship out in a week. You know, that kind of thing. And so it seems like the wrong pacing, the wrong tone for the son to be like, I have to go, you know. What did you? Yeah, I have to go. I ship out in a week. Let me just take a second to be contemplative and like look around at our surroundings. Okay, now back to the argument. You know? So I feel like either changing let's see, how would I do that? I feel like I might there's a couple options to fix this. Easiest one, of course, it would be just to take it out entirely. Another one would be, I don't necessarily recommend that, though, because I do like it. The next thing is to move it somewhere else to a lull in the fight, like have them have some back and forth, then have the son sigh, and maybe when he's like, I don't want to fight with you, you know, that he could say, you know, listen, his son said, I don't want to fight with you. He sighed, taking a moment to look around the room. And then, like, after he looks around the room, then maybe he goes, it's my duty, Dad. I have to defend the country. Maybe. I mean, of course, I would have to see it written out to see if that worked or had the same problem as this. But yeah, so, like, him looking around contemplatively doesn't really fit with we're in the throes of an argument to me. But I do like the setting. I do like the things that he notes and everything like that, and how he's kind of thinking about what he's going to be leaving behind. Taking the family photos, his mom holding him as a child, his father in his uniform, the family dog now long gone, like his mother. So the M dashes are used for an aside, like the author's kind of going, let me share like a little aside with you. Okay, now back to regularly scheduled program. And so when you use M dashes in this way, then it means that what's in the M dashes can be taken out and you can still read the sentence just fine. But if you do that here, it goes like this. Took in the family photos, his mom holding him as a child, his father in his uniform, the family dog, like his mother. And that doesn't really work. So, now long gone is a perfectly fine thing to have as an aside, you know, the family dog, now long gone. The family cat, still with them, or whatever. Because, yeah, if it was like, took in the family photos, his mom holding him as a child, his father in his uniform, the family dog, the family cat, you know, that would work perfectly fine. So it's not the fact that this is the aside that's the problem. It's the fact that this isn't. That's the problem. Because actually, the first time I read it, I did not know what was going on here. I was like his mother. What's like his mother? And so it took me the second read to go, oh, like his mother is supposed to go with now long gone. But the problem is the now long gone was a, hey, by the way, the dog is long gone. Now back to the sentence. And so it's very much separated from the like his mother. And so it gets confusing. So there would be a couple of ways to fix this. You could just do that. And, you know, you could just keep it as part of the aside, you know. Took in the family photos, his mom holding him as a child, his father in his uniform, the family dog, now long gone, like his mother. That would work perfectly fine. You could also reverse it and do and then I'll X that out for a second. So took in the family photos, his mom holding him as a child, his father in his uniform, the family dog, like his mother, now long gone. Because, let me put it back, because that actually works as an aside, because you could read the sentence as, took in the family photos, his mom holding him as a child, his father in his uniform, the family dog, now long gone. And that works perfectly well without that aside of, like his mother. So, yes. I do like that the dad calls out that, you know, like, that is kind of a problem to be like, yeah, I'm gonna go die because my friends all want to go die. And it's like, I don't care what your friends want to do, you know? I think that works pretty well. Now, granted, it's, you know, it's different from just straight up being like, I want to go die, you know? But that's how the dad's kind of interpreting it, you know? I really like this line, even if you survive, some part of you ain't coming back. That's very, like, yeah, that's probably my favorite line. Because, you know, you see the line, they're gonna kill you out there, and you're like, well, maybe. Like, sure, that's a likelihood, but it's possible he'd survive. You survived. And so then him to kind of expound upon that and go, even if you survive, some part of you ain't coming back. So they are going to kill you out there, whether it's by literally killing you or if it's by killing something inside you. I think that's really interesting and well written. I feel like the line I have the, I guess, strongest critique for is those bastards never send their kids. Who are those bastards? Because I had two hypotheses. One was it's the other side, like the other side that we're fighting, they never send their kids. Or it's the higher-ups in the government. You know, the higher-ups in the government never send their kids. And even if, like, even if other people know exactly what this means right away, it's not surprising. I still have a critique for it because, yeah, you don't elaborate on who those bastards are. You don't clarify. And I feel like it would be very easy to either just say something more descriptive than those bastards to clarify, or just not say it. And I would probably go with not say it and maybe replace it with something a little more applicable to these two in their specific situation. I do like, I don't know if I voiced it exactly how you wanted it to, but I like that it was very easy every time even the first time I read the story and I didn't know what was coming, it was very easy to go, you don't have to go, those bastards never send their kids. Why don't they send their kids? That was very easy to see like an emotion in that repeat. And I think that is, I think that works, that works well. And it's interesting how you don't say a tone indicator. And granted, if I got the wrong tone, then it's an issue. But if I got the right tone, that's pretty cool that you were able to convey that without actually saying how he said it. I do really like using the picture, of him. I think that's great. Like I was saying before, I think you did a really good job of using the setting to not just be the setting, but be truly relevant to the story. You also did it with the mom thing. Like, granted, even though I was confused the first time, that does give helpful exposition, and it doesn't just say, "Oh no, hey yo, mom, our mom's dead." But it goes, it shows it through the setting, And granted, now that I think about this, I wasn't thinking about it before, but it seems I was gonna say, it seems kind of weird that there's pictures of the dog, and he thinks about his mom being dead because he's looking at the dog. Why aren't there pictures of the mom? But there are pictures of the mom. I guess maybe then the question would be more of, why wasn't it his mom, now long gone, holding him as a child? Because the mom being gone feels more emotional and important and relevant and, easily comes to the mind more than the dog, But anyways, so yeah, I think you used the setting well, because you could have just said, like, oh yeah, I thought you were a hero, and that would work fine, but actually showing, like, no, he has medallions, and not just he has medallions, but this is probably a picture that the son has been looking at for most of his life. So that works very well. I really like eyes sharp, jaw sharper. That is a great descriptor. I do like that the mentions of the mom makes the anger extinguish, and I do think that's a neat part of the story, that it's only when he's not angry about it, when he's more gentle about it, that the son actually listens to him. And I do feel like that is the case in a lot of times. I do feel like a lot of times when you're just yelling, being like, no, I'm right, and if one person kind of deflates and is more vulnerable and is like, I just care about you, I just, I don't want you to make the mistakes I did, then that's when the other person go, oh, okay, maybe this is something worth thinking about. So I think that works very well. And I do like, I like that a lot of, there are things I never told your mom, things I never told anybody. I think that progression works well as the progression of, it wasn't more, it was murder. I think the whole story has a really good progression because it's kind of a subtle arc, that it's just like, it is just a very simple scene of these two arguing, and even though they're kind of arguing for the same thing throughout the entire story, there is a progression of things. It is this progression, especially like adding on that idea of the anger dissipating and stuff. And I think it works very well because it can be quite difficult to convey like this kind of like emotional scene, this kind of, what was I gonna say? I guess like it can be hard to not just convince the reader, or not just convince the character, but convince the reader in 350 words. And like, yeah, that's interesting because it's not just convincing the reader of the character's argument, but convincing the reader that the other character would be convinced by the argument. Because in 350 words, it can be very hard for it to be like, well, the other person gave in too quickly. And it's like, well, I only have quickly. I only have 350 words. What do you want me to do? How can I pace it right? And so I think you did a great job. like making me be like, yeah, I totally believe that that would make the sun go, oh, wait a second, hey, this is giving me pause, and have him actually start to be convinced. I do like that you don't say whether or not he's convinced by the end, that you leave it ambiguous to whether the son's gonna be like, oh yeah, you've really given me some food for thought, I'm still going though, or if he's gonna be like, okay, like, you've convinced me, you know. And so I think that also helps as well, that you're not just, you know, trying to, yeah, that's interesting. It's not just that you're trying to convince the other character of the argument. It's that we just got to get to the place where we believe that the son would consider it. And I definitely think you got there very well, and I didn't feel like it was rushed or anything like that. I'm curious but scared to ask. So I don't know a whole lot about war, but isn't killing innocent people something that you could resist? Like, granted, I don't know what all the situation was, but it kind of sounds like the problem with this war is more than anything like the higher ups, that, you know, the people who were above him were forcing him to pull the trigger, whereas he would have avoided it, you know. I don't know. I felt like that was a good question before, but now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like it's like, I don't know. We'll see what you have to say. And then I do think it's interesting that the last line is, don't be a hero. I think it's cool because it's kind of a cliche thing of like, come on, don't be a hero. He's like, don't throw yourself into danger to be the hero, you know? And that is kind of exactly what he's saying, but there's a deeper layer here of like, you thought I was a hero. Don't be the hero that I was. And so I think that is interesting. By the way, if you're hearing beeps and boops, it is once again my father's printer. You can assume from now on that if you hear beeps and boops, it is the printer. And FYI, if it ever gets like annoying, please tell me, because you've told me in the past it's completely fine, so I'm assuming it remains completely fine. But if you are annoyed by it, you aren't able to pay attention, then do tell me so that I can tell him to not print while I'm streaming. You can't hear the printer. Interesting. The person with the Vulcan hearing can't hear the printer. Very curious. The other thing I was going to talk about is it was odd to me that he kept being referred to as the father. And I apologize if I can't explain it well. I'm going to try and do my best, but when I was thinking about it, I had some trouble explaining why it seemed odd to me. Because, like, on the surface, it's like, yeah, what's wrong with that? He is the father. And he isn't named, and so, like, you know, what else is he? The father. But I think his father would sound a lot more natural. And all I can really think is that the father sounds very distant. That it doesn't sound like this is a father that we know. It sounds like this is a father in a story that you're telling that happened 2 states away. I don't know. Like, yeah, the father in the courtroom was a menace, you know, rather than like, oh yeah, Jimmy's dad, you know, was a menace. So no, we don't know either of their names, but whenever I heard the father, I felt like I was suddenly taken to that place where it's like, yeah, we're distant, we're telling a story that we're far away from, rather than these are our main characters, these are people we care about, they're close, they're here, you know, sort of thing. And so I do think just his son and his father would work better. And it's very interesting because I've talked about the before, and I always say that like the refers to something that's been established, right? That it's like, if you're like, he picked up the tomato, and it's like, I didn't know there was a tomato there. Then it would be like, a tomato would sound more natural there. And this is kind of weird because this is a situation where, yes, he is established, and granted, if you said a father, it would have been worse. It would be like, a random father? No, it's this dad, the father. So it is definitely better than a father. But weirdly, this the kind of does the opposite, where it creates distance instead of being like, yes, the father, the one that's been established, you know? Even though, and I guess that's part of why, like, it's not technically wrong, because yes, he is the father who's been established. It's just, it just adds some distance that stuck out to me while I was reading. But I think you've got some really interesting and very real and deep ideas here of what does it mean to go to war. And I think that the prompt use is really wonderful and well done. That that, like, yeah, I made the mistake of going to war. Don't make the mistakes I did. Oh, that reminds me of something I didn't talk about, which is that, yeah, you only had 352 words, so maybe it was simply you didn't have enough words for this. Unless the father was drafted, he also chose to sign, you know, the recruitment papers and go in willingly, perhaps for the same reasons, that this is his duty. And so I think, going back to the whole argument thing, it would probably be more convincing if the father was like, it's honorable that you want to fight for the country, but this is not a just war, you know, or something like that. I think that line would have been more impactful than the, you know, those bastards never send their kids sort of thing. Or what was the other thing that I critiqued? Oh, yeah. I'll have to look, but I think that you said that this is a throwaway line. And so if that was, I 100% think that should have been removed and it should have been replaced with something along those lines of, like, yeah, it's honorable that you want to fight for your country. I know how you felt, because I felt that way once, but, you know, don't do it. This is not justice. This is not noble. This is not, you know... Yeah, that could work quite well. Like, this is honorable, but it's not noble. Is there anything else I missed? I just love, who are those bastards? That's the question I'm asking. Yeah, alright. Let me see what you've been saying. Just look at the blood fountain. Is that to the tune of, look at all those chickens. Look at the blood fountain. Oh, yeah. Just look at the blood fountain. Looks fine to me. It used to be water. Good catch, says Soul Adrian. I assume about the blood fountain. Dracula's castle's decorations. Yes. That would totally be that kind of thing. I would hate to be the guy he commissioned for that blood fountain. Think of the logistics. Totally. Encore 1 unlocked. Awesome. Yeah, so if I am correct on the timing of that response, I do see Adrian saying it was a throwaway line. And I apologize if this is harsh, but I think in general, and like, as always, there are no true hard and fast rules. But in general, what I would recommend is that there shouldn't be any throwaway lines in these stories, because you only have 350 words. And so using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 just to throw away is not a good use of your words, especially when a line like this contradicts the ending. That you definitely don't want a line that meant nothing to you, that was the throwaway line, to contradict the point of your story, that he didn't, you know, he hasn't said this to his son. That was a tricky sentence. I think you mean the dashes and stuff. Fair enough. Fair enough. The rich and powerful. Those bastards are the rich and powerful. Gotcha. Let's see. Would there be a way to include that? I mean, I guess you could literally say the rich and powerful never send their kids, but it does sound a little bit odd. I mean, yeah, if you took out the throwaway line, maybe you could have the words to instead expand upon that and be like, those bastards never send their kids. And then, who, Dad? The rich and powerful, or, you know, however he would describe it, maybe. But, like I said before, I don't think that's really worth your words. I don't think that's super important to include, so I would more recommend just taking it out. But there are ways that you could clarify it. That's an interesting point. Mika, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm wondering if someone who refers to the people in charge as those bastards would still display their medals so prominently. I mean, yeah, I guess it comes back to he just wanted his family to think that he was the hero, so there's kind of an element of like, yeah, if he doesn't believe in the country and what he fought for, wouldn't seeing himself in those medals be just like dragging him down every time he saw it and make him miserable? Or is it just like he was really invested in making sure his wife and son thought he was a hero, and so they were displayed? It seems to me that someone might come back from war and put up a front about what it was all about. One that falls away when the prospect of losing a son becomes real. Yep, that definitely seems like what it was about to me. I think nebulous bastards makes sense since a lot of people have directionless anger in a situation like this. The people in charge, the enemy, the angels of God who could come down and stop the fight. That's fair, but the problem is that, like, it's a very specific thing. It's a very specific thing of never send their kids. Like that's it's fair for him to have like directionless anger. But it's not just him being like, oh, those bastards, you know, who set this up or whatever. I don't know. Just him kind of shouting at the sky, those bastards. He's very specifically making a direct statement of those bastards never send their kids. And so that's part of why I'm left kind of needing to know who never sends their kids, you know? And so, because if I even use that, if I go, you know, like, who never sends their kids? The people in charge? The enemy? The angels of God? That sounds almost nonsensical that I'm asking that, you know, about this particular situation. So I do still stand by that, for that particular line. It doesn't really work for me. The mom not being mentioned earlier as being long gone is a good point. Oh, interesting. So Adrian says, my brother still has his medals up. He lost his leg in Afghanistan. He ain't no fan of war. It's been 15 years, and most of his core adult memories are from his time in the military. He's retired now because of his injuries, so in a sense I see him stunted, sadly. Oh, that is really sad to hear. And I think that might be part of why this story works so well and is as powerful as it is, because it sounds like you have real experience surrounding it. I'm really sorry that that he went through that. Prompt, who are those bastards? Yeah. Hold on. Desed posts this quote from Tim O'Brien. A true war story is never moral. It does not instruct nor encourage virtue nor suggest models of proper human behavior, nor restrain men from doing the things they have always done. If a story seems moral, do not believe it. If at the end of a war story you feel uplifted, or if you feel that some small bit of rectitude has been salvaged from the larger waste, then you have made the victim of a very old and terrible lie. There is no rectitude whatsoever. There is no virtue. As a first rule of thumb, therefore, you can tell a true war story by its absolute and uncompromising allegiance to obscenity and evil. Oof. I proofread the beginning, but not the end. It got even more dark at the end. That is very Dulce et Decorum est. Yep. Ash, I have never heard of this before, but being an Air Force brat who tried to follow in the family footsteps, I'm very interested in reading this now. Interesting. But I think they're saying the book is The Things They Carried. I don't know if the quote's from that or not. A lot of book recommendations happening. Wolf is boasting the lyrics to the song. I don't know what the song is, but politicians hide themselves away. They're always starting a war. Why don't they go out too and fight? They leave that all to the poor. And then the next thing Wolf says is, and now I got hummus. Talking about dark, sad war stuff. Leave it all to the poor. And now I got hummus. I really thought when I first just saw it out of the corner of my eye, I thought that you were posting the lyrics to Where is the Justice from the Death Note musical. There's a Japanese movie I watched with the blood red hot springs. Yep, I believe that. There's also a literal a blood river in Antarctica. It's not actual blood, but it is a naturally red river in Antarctica. It's metal as hell. The quote is from the book. Gotcha. Thank you for reading. I enjoyed the convo. Got a few things to consider on a rewrite. Nice. I am glad to have helped. Very, very good job. Okay, let us go on to Meiko Cam's story. I just realized I don't think I've seen Aerith. So we'll have to remind me. Aerith is almost always here, so remind me when we get to Aerith's story to check if he's here or not. Because we might need to do Death's Heads first, if not. Alright. Wounded Soul. Chronicles of the Dragon. Cat by Meiko Cam. 257 words. Cat had fallen in love. He'd been a wonderful man. He showed her the wonders of the world. He'd given her luxuries she'd never imagined. He cared for her. He'd worked to understand her. He let her be part of a family. He'd married her. And then he died, leaving Cat in agony. She was told love would set you free, but all it had done was allow her heart to be ripped from her chest, leaving a gaping wound that did all but kill her. She wanted to scream. She wanted to cry. She wanted to break everything in the penthouse. She did the first two. A lot. She wanted to go home. She wanted to go back to hell. The thought sent her into peals of hysterical laughter that turned into tortured sobs. But it was true. Growing up in hell, she hadn't known anything but darkness and the dim light of souls. The cold that could burn your lips and lungs, and the pits of fire that promised light and warmth, but whose heat was kept from you until you were in the fire itself, being constantly hunted by demons. But it was simple. It was straightforward. It didn't give you hope. It didn't make you think things were good. It didn't lie to you. It didn't betray you. there was nothing to love. You fought. You hid. You ran. You lived. Never again would she let her guard down. Never again would she leave herself so vulnerable to the harshness of the world. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Oh, Aerith is here. Good, good. Alrighty, Rue. Sad girl hours. I can read your note if you want me to, but your note was kind of sad, so I don't know if I should. Alrighty, Rue. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. I am sad now. I'm just imagining you throwing out glitter and being like, I'm sad now. Very, very little misfortune vibes. I'm sad now. Shadan! I think it's very... I was about to say I think it's very powerful to use falling in love as the mistake, but I was the one who originally came up with the idea, so that sounds really self-serving. But you know, I guess I could say I really like the way that Mako executed the idea. But yeah, I think that it definitely adds some power to the story that it is this deeper thing of love that is the mistake, not something, I don't know, simple or silly, like, I don't know, like My Spice story or something like that. Which, you know, of course, I hope that was still cute, but, you know, there's a lot less depth to it than something like this. I just noticed this now. I was like, there's something odd about, like, that second line. What's odd about it? I think it's the fact that you say wonderful and wonders right next to each other. However, I do like both descriptors. I do like wonderful to describe him. That, and I guess, I don't know, wonderful is just such a light and gentle word that it's not like, he'd been awesome, he'd be an amazing man, you know, like, yeah, sure, amazing man would totally work, but I don't know, there's some brightness and gentleness in the word wonderful, and it especially coming from Kat, you know, so I do like the descriptor, and I assume Wonders of the World is literally the 7 wonders of the world. If it's not, then I would even more recommend that you don't use the word wonders twice. But, like, you can't really convey the specific 7 wonders of the world without using the word wonder. So, yeah, I like both of the things that you convey here, but right next to each other, there's a slight clunk. So the first line of just, like, I think I could see it in the little preview of just Kat had fallen in love. I was like, get back in there, tear. Like, I'm already ready to cry. The story didn't make me cry. Fortunately or unfortunately, it didn't actually end up making me cry. But, like, just the first line, I was like, oh, we're in for a doozy. Yeah, I liked the description that he was great, and I think introducing that he gave her, like, especially if you mean 7 Wonders of the World, and then you say he gave her luxuries and stuff, I think sets up well, you're gonna reveal that they live in a penthouse later, and that could easily be like, penthouse? I didn't know he was that rich! And granted, maybe that still happens, like, if folks can say in the chat if you're like, yeah, I was confused about the penthouse. But I think that introducing that he gave her luxuries and stuff does convey that he has some money. I see the ad is about to start, and I have nothing planned for ad time. Oh, I guess I can do prompts. I can talk about prompts for ad time. Okay. Son of the Morning. Okay, FYI, I should probably explain for anyone who doesn't know. So, Wolf has like a list of prompts here that he's like wondering, are these good prompts? Are they worth submitting? Do they need to be rephrased or anything like that? So I've just been going through them through some of the ads. So the next one that he's suggesting is Son of Morning. I think I'm trying to remember what that is in the Bible, and I feel like that's a reference to Lucifer. Right? Like, I mean, you'll probably say in your thing, but now I want to look it up. No, let's go over here. Morning Bible. Yep, sure is. Oh, well, yeah, here, you can compare. You can compare, contrast. But, oh, it's tiny. You can't compare, contrast. Go away, ads. But yes, how art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Yep, so that is exactly, what I was recalling. Okay, so makes me think of that. That's kind of interesting. I am nervous about like potential Lucifer stories with that prompt, but I do think it's kind of interesting how it could be just like, yeah, I don't know, like you could write about a son who was born in the morning. You could write about like, I don't know, a son that has the power of light and so or like the personification of the dawn, or it could even just be a dude named Dawn, and you could be like, he's the son of the morning. That was a printer. Meaning a traveler? What? Okay, what? Originated from the allusion to the Middle Eastern practice of travelers rising before dawn so they could avoid the heat of the day. I'm going back to the internet. Go back to, I saw a Wikipedia article that said son of morning. Let me look at that. I'll show you. The only thing it's partially covered, but the only thing that comes up is it's an alternate name for Lucifer and a song and a novel. So press X to doubt on the traveler meaning there. Like, that does make sense, the idea that, like, travelers rise before the morning, and so it's like, you're a traveler, you're a son of the morning. But I do think that meaning is very hidden. I never would have guessed that, and, like, feel free to say in the chat, but I would be surprised if other people are like, oh, yeah, traveler, so I'm unsure about that one, very on the fence, like, on the one hand, I don't think it's a bad prompt. I think it could totally work. On the other hand, I don't necessarily want to encourage a week of Lucifer stories, which that might do. So, I don't know. It's not a full-on veto, but it's like, there could be a reason to. 4 seconds. Perfect. Alright, yeah. He is also called the Morning Star, but as I looked up, he is for sure called the Son of Morning. Norman, it's weird because I think I was the one that suggested the downvote for prompts option, yet I hardly ever use it because it feels mean. Very fair, very fair. Mako says that's what I've heard. Okay, what's the meaning you've heard? Is it the Lucifer meaning? Is it the Traveler meaning? Or is it something else? Alright. Speaking of hell, I guess, let's go back to the story. And then, I think so it's interesting because all the things that you say here at the beginning are very simple, but they're pretty effective. He cared for her, he worked to understand her, he let her be part of a family. sure, like, those are fairly generic things, but it's all like, yeah, this is all stuff we want. Like, stuff each of us would want, right? We want to be cared for. We want and I like that you don't just say he understood her, but he worked to understand her, that he cared enough about her to put the work in to understand her. So I especially like that one, but it's like, yeah, we all want someone to work to understand us. And, like, we all, you know, want to be part of a family, even if that family is just, like, you and this other person, you know? At least I think. But I assume in this case it's, like, also, you know, with his kids from his previous marriage, ? Yeah, and then he married her, that's like, he's awesome, he does all these things, he cares about her, and he tied the knot. It wasn't just like lip service, it wasn't just him stringing her along, he actually married her. And then I think it works, the simplicity of, and then he died. It's kind of interesting, because oh man, I had, one of my options. So sometimes I only write 4 options for the prompt. Sometimes I write more than 4. And this week I wrote more than 4 and I had to pick 4. And so one of the ones I didn't post, I actually had a similar issue where I had, you know, I mean, for those who know, I had Lanai telling, in her days where she just hates Wolf Savion, that she was, like, telling some people in a bar talking about Savion that, like, yeah, you know, I thought he was good once too, and then he killed my sister, you know, and so I was trying to figure out, okay, do I just have her flat out say, like, and then he killed my sister, or do I have her kind of be like, yeah, we did this and that, and then, you know, how much more do we do? And, like, kind of as conflicted as I was with my own story, I am also conflicted on your story. Because on the one hand, it kind of works that it's just simply flat out said, like, yeah, he did all these things, and then he died. On the other hand, it feels like maybe it should have some kind of build-up or cool down. That maybe there should be more around there. Or maybe it's that, like, it could also be partially that it's said so simply that it almost seems non-emotional. Yeah, come to think of it, that might be part of the issue. Or the potential issue. Because we want that to be the mic drop, the beat drop, then he died. But it can easily just kind of read as, he married her, and then he died, leaving Kat in agony. And it's like, we want more of a punch there. So I guess maybe that's why I'm a little conflicted. Oh, the printer beep was the one you heard. Fair enough. And then, so let's see, how do I want to read this out? I really like the phrasing of, all it had done was allow her heart to be ripped from her chest, leaving a gaping wound that did all but kill her. I think it works well because it kind of conjured to me this idea of, like, yeah, you should open your heart. Like, it's better to open your heart, and it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. And Kat is sitting here going, it would be better to have closed off my heart, because because opening up my heart allowed my heart to be ripped out and leave a gaping wound. And so I think that's very powerful. You murdered my sister, but I have another one, but it's cool. Unfortunately, she does not. So I do think it works to say, you know, she was told love would set you free, because that is the cliche, and that does make sense that that would be something that she would have heard. But I do kind of wonder if you used more of that imagery of, like, she was told, like, opening up her heart would lead to love and pleasure or whatever, or just simply, like, she was told to open up her heart. Now, granted, I think part of the problem with that is, like, opening up her heart and allowing her heart to be ripped. I guess that does, now that I'm thinking about it, sound a little contradictory, because it would work better to say, open up your chest, and that allowed her heart to be ripped up, but that sounds weird. I'm trying to think if there's other, like, idioms and stuff that would fit more. Like, I was thinking of wear your heart on your sleeve. That has the same problem. I'm not sure. But regardless, I do think it's powerful, this idea of, like, I open myself up, and then, like, opening myself up allowed someone to grab in and yoink my heart out. And then I also really like the leaving a gaping wound that did all but kill her. Did all but is kind of one of those, like, cliche phrases that I've heard it so much that I kind of forget what it literally means. And so, like, in a weird way, despite it being cliche, that I found that powerful as well, of, like, it did everything but kill her, and you're talking about a gaping wound that is, like, the sort of thing that absolutely should kill her. And so I think that works very well. I also really like how you wrote the next part. She wanted to scream, she wanted to cry, she wanted to break everything in the penthouse. She did the first two a lot. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but that just works so well. Because you could have left it at just this. And, you know, that would have worked fine. But there is kind of a question there of, like, she wanted to do this, but what did she do? And so I think that's powerful, especially because, considering what Kat will do, it is interesting that at least here at the start there was a limit, that she could have broken everything in the penthouse, but she didn't. Or at least, like, if she broke some stuff, it wasn't enough to note with, like, she did all three, you know? And so I think that makes it even powerful, that it's like she wanted to do these three things. She only did the first two, though. She didn't do, like, the most she only did the first two. She didn't do the most violent one. And then I am curious, for newcomers, could you understand the story? Were you at all confused about the hell stuff? I thought it was very interesting myself, because she wanted to go home. She wanted to go back to hell. You could easily read that as metaphorical, that it's like, oh yeah, my old home, that was a hell, you know, but I want to go back there, kind of thing. And so but then you learn it was actual hell. And so either way, I think it works, and it's very powerful. And I also think there's something interesting in here, that it's like, she's from literal hell, and that is, in her mind, not worse than this. That, you know, going to Earth and believing that there's something good, and then your loved one dying, is worse to her than literal hell. And that tells you just how awful this is. And doesn't that, in a way, make what she's feeling now hell, you know? He yoinked my heart and booped my soul. Incredible. And then I do really like you actually showing her reaction, because you could have just left it there and just had it be she wanted to go home, she wanted to go back to hell, and that would have worked fine. But actually showing how she reacts to that and going, like, that is insane, you know, that is worthy of laughter, but also that is incredibly sad, you know, and, like, it's kind of what we as the reader are potentially feeling of, like, that's ridiculous, oh no, but that's true, so it's really sad, is, like, also exactly the emotions that she's going through. And so that's pretty powerful. I'm curious, especially for those who don't know the story, what did you think of the description of hell? Because on the one hand, it works fine, and it's like, it doesn't, to me at least, it doesn't add confusion or anything like that. But on the other hand, I think one of the reasons that this story shines is that it feels very applicable. You know, we may not have gone through Kat's specific situation, but pretty much everyone experiences grief at some point in your life, and you may be thinking, something else that I experienced that was awful was not worse than this, you know, similar to how Kat is thinking. And so then going into the specifics of, like, this is what hell was like, I think takes away from some of the transcendence and applicability of the story as a whole. But it's also not, like, confusing or problematic or anything like that. And I do think that the description itself for this particular story and this particular world is interesting. And I do I think that image of the cold that could burn your lips and lungs is especially striking. That idea of hell being cold, and not just cold, but it's the cold that burns. And then also interesting and powerful, this idea of fire that will not warm you unless you are actually burning. Which makes me, I remember you wrote a story about, young Kat going to, like, the fire pits and stuff like that. And so I apologize if this was in that story and I am forgetting. But now I'm wondering if, like, little baby Kat has, like, literally put herself in the fire in hell sometimes to get warm. Because, as I recall, nothing dies in hell. So you could be like, I am done being cold. I am going to hop into that fire for a little bit of warmth, even though it is going to burn me and would kill me if I could die. So, I'm curious about that. And then, granted, like, I have heard Mako, like, tell me about this stuff before, and so I am also, again, especially curious to hear what the chat has to say. But I do like actually seeing from Kat's perspective her thought process, and it does make sense that it's like, that absolutely sucked, but it was honest. At least it was honest that it was horrible and it sucked, and like me believing that I could have happiness and hope and good things, and all of that being ripped from me was so much worse than just honestly knowing that life was hell, And I do think that, I do particularly like this line of, like, it didn't give you hope, didn't make you think things were good, didn't lie to you, didn't betray you. And I am curious if the didn't betray you is meant to refer to, like, her almost feeling like her husband betrayed her by dying, or if, like, the world itself, if, like, Earth betrayed her, or both. And I just thought of something I've never thought about before, which is, so when she brings hell to Earth, then, like, the demons and dead people come out, right? If her husband went to hell, could she see him again? I have never thought that, her bringing hell to Earth was her trying to see Charles again. It seemed very much just this, that it's just like, yeah, I just want to go back home. I don't want this world, to lie to me anymore. I don't want to be on this world that gives me false hope anymore. But that could be an interesting element to her motives too, that it's like, and plus, maybe I could actually see him again. And then it is interesting, that line of "you lived." I am curious if readers who don't know this universe, if you were able to catch from that meant that nothing dies in hell. And granted, like, it's interesting because I don't know that I would say that the dead souls are living in hell, but Kat certainly was. So I don't know that she can apply the "you lived" to everyone in hell, but it was part of her own experience. And then I do think it works to have her basically say, I am never making that mistake again. I made that mistake of trusting this world once. And I do think it's interesting that you didn't go the direction of, I'll never fall in love again, but rather, I will not trust this world again. And come to think of it, it is interesting because if she had fallen in love again, then, maybe she wouldn't have to go through this hootenanny. And so I think it is extra sad that it's not just, I'm never falling in love again. It's, I am putting up a wall between me and this world, and I am not letting myself trust this world and its goodness again, when it is exactly trusting this world and its goodness that could pull her out of this place. So that is very interesting. Yeah, let's see. Oh, and I guess, like, I will also ask, I don't know if you said this in your notes or not. No. Nope, you didn't call it out in your notes, but I mean, you sort of sort of implied it, but that I know, and I hope that the reason I was checking, because I don't want to out you if you don't want to be outed, so I apologize if I am outing you with this. But I know that Mako wrote this, like, basically the last night he could, and, like, with his last awake breaths of the night before he went to bed, that he just hit that 250 limit and was like, I'm done, I have no energy left to put into the story. And so that made him think that the story wasn't any good. And I think it's interesting because I think that the story is good. I did not actually have a whole lot to critique about it. You know, like, sure, maybe if you had a little more time with it, then you could have expounded upon certain things and added to it, or made things more evocative and stuff. But it works as is, and it's still pretty powerful. And so I am curious if, like, other folks in the chat, if you read this and you were like, actually, I did feel like I could tell that Mako wrote this while he was sleepy and not totally there, or if you were like, I could not tell at all, like, it seems like you wrote this with your full faculties. But I would definitely not recommend waiting until you were about to collapse to write your story and then posting it after you get to 250 words. Results may vary. I don't think that most of us would get as good a story as this if we did that. However, it does, like, make me think. And maybe there is something to be said about, like, this was just, like, your pure raw adrenaline and writing talent, that you could not overthink it because you had no brain power to overthink. And so I guess there's something to be said about, okay, maybe don't write your story right before the deadline when you're about to collapse, but if you can find a way to sort of not overthink your story, maybe that's a good thing. Thank you, the cheer marks the nice beefy cheer. Oh yeah, I guess that is Encore too, because we left off the 500 for Marx's. Okay, let's see what folks have been saying. Oh, he has a lot of money. Yeah. Very fair. Oh yeah, I didn't comment on it when I actually got there. But personally, I did like the mention of the penthouse, because you could have just said she wanted to break everything in the house, and that would have been more generally understandable, and it wouldn't leave room for that confusion of, like, penthouse, what? However, I liked it because breaking stuff in your house is different from breaking stuff in your penthouse. Because just saying penthouse is like, oh, the stuff in here is probably expensive. It's probably more grievous if you break it. And so I think that added weight to her wanting to break those things, at least for me. Which also makes me curious, because I think, wasn't your glass sword story, didn't he have a literal glass sword? And that kind of makes me want to write a story, not write a story, but read a story of her breaking that glass sword, or thinking about breaking the glass sword and being like, no, I don't want to. Hello, Reincarnator. I come to make funny jokes and give bits, and I'm all out of jokes. Nice, thank you for the cheer. Don't go yoinking my heart. That's great. I mean, open can mean exposed, like the goal is open. So does that work in terms of open your heart? Maybe. Where was that? She was told to open her heart, but all it had done was allow her heart to be ripped from her chest. Maybe. I don't know. Part of me thinks it totally works, and works better than what you have, and part of me thinks it still sounds weird just to say, like, I opened my heart and then my heart was ripped, you know, rather than I, like, opening something else that allowed the heart to be ripped. Yeah, at least with hell, you know what you're getting. Better the devil you know. I mean, it's literally the devil. Yep. I'm surprised that I have not seen. I'm sure someone has done it somewhere, but I'm surprised I haven't seen the joke of like, better the devil you know. Oh hey, Lucifer, you know. Oh gosh, that's horrible. Like, I hadn't thought about it, but that's a possibility that it happened. What, her seeing Charles? Interesting. Idea has some what dreams may come vibes. What dreams may come is in the soliloquy from Hamlet, or is that like a book that is named after the soliloquy in Hamlet? I mean, the to be or not to be soliloquy, the soliloquy, soliloquy of Hamlet. It's an unfortunate truth that I seem to have to be in the right mindset to write, and the mindset truly is last minute panic. Fair enough. His writing style, ultra instinct. Nice. He went into ultra instinct mode. Well, back to the prompt thing. So, yeah, I can't find the source for that. We're gonna veto that one because I did not think about that being the Lucifer epithet or a Lucifer epithet. Fair. CM Weller can't stay, but yes, you have odds on your side. Wolf, I would not guess that Mako was sleep writing. Fair. Sleep deprivation just makes me amp up the horror more. Very fair. CM Weller, open your heart to me. Come on, everybody, open up that chest cavity. Steam-powered giraffe hatch fever. Interesting. So it seems like it has been done before. You meant Babu Cat going into the fire was like, that is a possibility that you hadn't thought about. Fair. Oh man, that could be extra dark if it was from Cassandra's perspective, because she could be like, you know what, she'll be fine. And this is kind of satisfying. Oh gosh. What Dreams May Come is a movie starring Robin Williams where him and his wife die, but he goes to heaven and she goes to hell, and so he ventures into hell to rescue her. Interesting. Alright. Going back to what you're saying about last minute panic, it makes me think of like, I need to be in the right mood to write, and that mood is last minute panic. And so I just think of like, all right, now to set the mood lighting, and then you change the color of your light bulbs, and then they just turn to flashing red, and it's like, time to write. All right. Thank you so much for submitting, Mako. Let's go on to Aerith Winterfell. The Children of the Revolution, Starlit Darkness, by Aerith Winterfell. 320 words. I entered the damp cell where former dictator Adamir sat waiting for me. Alien insects chirped in the surrounding jungles, here on the world of Anexia. So, you are the implacable fool I've lost to. The great revolutionary leader, Shae-Damar. Adamir flourished with his hand mockingly, then sighed. I should have expected it would end this way. I stood there silently for a moment, as two of the revolutionary guardsmen flanked me protectively. Your reign of oppression has come to an end, Adamir. It's over. The people are free to make their own future now. You know, I used to think the same thing. In my youth, I was a revolutionary too. I moved the people. I was rightfully elected into office. I was the maverick who would change everything. and returned us to the glory of our past and removed the traitors among us. We needed the strong leadership, guiding the people to a better tomorrow. Adamir stared off as if seeing some glorious vision, then looked to me again. But it seems the revolution eats its own tail, doesn't it? He ended icily. I simply drew my energy pistol and leveled it at him. For a moment I thought I saw fear on his face, that he was going to beg for his life. Instead, he begged, "You can't let those telepaths control us, manipulate us. They must be put down. They aren't people, they're monsters. Some of those monsters, as you call them, were my friends. You sent them to their deaths. So tell me, why I shouldn't shoot you right now," I shouted bitterly. Adamir stood up straight. "I won't beg for my life. I have my dignity, my honor. I will not flinch from facing my end. This happened before, and will happen again." I pulled the trigger, and Adamir crumpled like paper to the floor. "Now, the real work begins," I said. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Real quick reading thing. I didn't end up reading this as a shout bitterly because, and I made this mistake in practice too. It sounds a lot more natural to me, and I'm building up to go, "So tell me why I shouldn't shoot you right now." Okay, that time it actually worked. So what I was actually meaning to say, and then I said the correct thing, was, "So tell me, why shouldn't I shoot you right now?" That the why sets me up for a question that goes, why shouldn't I do this? And so then it's not wrong to have him say it like this, but because when I hit the why, I'm expecting a question, I get tripped up when the next word is I. And so tell me why I shouldn't shoot you right now, you know? So that's why that wasn't quite read properly. All right. If you have any questions, Aerith, don't hesitate to say them. I quite liked this story. So if you know me, you know that I am a fan of redeemable villains, and I wouldn't say that they're redeemable here necessarily, but and I also kind of like that idea of who's the real bad guy, you know? Do we know who's actually the bad guy here? And I think that this story, aside from one part, which I will address, but for the most part, does a really good job of making us not know who the villain is. That we, of course, because he's our main character, we are partial to think that Shay is the hero, and especially because the other guy is called Dictator, we're partial to think he's the bad guy. But then when he's like, "Yeah, I used to think the same thing," then you're kind of like, who is the bad guy here? You know, is Shay actually doing the right thing? Did Adamir actually do the right thing in the past and now he's become corrupt? Was he not as corrupt as Shay would like us to think he is? And so I think that's part of where this story really shines, that, and how it does the prompt well of, you know, I made that mistake once, is that this is all a cycle. We all are making each other's mistakes, you know? So I don't think that we need to know that this is necessarily a sci-fi setting, because like this could have worked just fine in a normal setting. However, I do think that saying there are like alien insects crawling around, you know, I didn't think about this before. So to finish my thought, I do think that saying like alien insects are crawling around is a good way to convey, hey, FYI, this is a sci-fi story. But I realized as I said that, what's odd about it is that we're entering a damp cell, and usually I think of like cells as pretty fairly soundproof. Now, granted, maybe there's like a barred window where you can hear the jungle sounds from or something like that. But, you know, I'm thinking of the cell, I'm not thinking about the jungle. And so I do think that an image like, an alien centipede crawled along the cell wall would be much more evocative and keep us in the scene and in this setting of the cell better than talking about the jungle. And I don't think that we need to know that the world is called Nexia. Now, granted, you're at 320 words, so it sounds like you didn't need all the words to convey this story, unless that was a character limit thing. But just for general advice for the group, the name of the world doesn't matter. There are no other worlds mentioned. It honestly doesn't even matter that much that we're on a different world. So I think just leaving that off and just talking about, that hearing the alien insects in the jungle or seeing the alien insect crawling up the wall or something like that would work a little bit better. I am curious if you intended Adamir and Shay Damar to sound as similar as they do. If you intended those two names to be like almost anagrams of each other, at least the Damar part, then I applaud you, because that works very well to convey, the reader can easily get confused as to who's who because their names are very similar, and if that was the intent, then that works very well. However, I don't generally recommend you confuse your reader, and so if that was not the intent, I would definitely have his name just be Shay, or his name be, just generally more different from Adamir. It is interesting because this is a very rare case in which that confusion can kind of add to the story because, you're supposed to view them as the same and making the same mistakes and stuff like that. But as a baseline, it is confusing and you can easily not know who's who. And so if that wasn't intentional, I would say don't make it confusing. Oh, I see Aerith saying Bard Window is exactly what I was imagining. Okay, so I guess you could, especially if you were attached to that, you could just use that as well. You could say, through the barred window, alien insects chirped in the surrounding jungles here. Well, you don't have to say that part, but through the barred window, Shay could hear alien insects chirping in the surrounding jungles. I think that also would keep us more in the scene, in the jail cell. Because at least for me, kind of what my imagination does with that is okay, we enter the damp cell. All right, I'm imagining the cell. Alien insects chirped in the surrounding jungles here on the world of Anexia. To me, that makes my brain zoom out for a second. Okay, here we are in the cell. Zoom out for a second. All right, FYI, here's the jungle. We're on an alien world. Cool insects. All right, back to the cell, But I think if you just kept it in a cell and just had that transition there of okay, Shay could hear the insects through the barred window, then that would keep me in the cell and that would make me imagine the cell actually even more evocatively. And it is interesting because I guess I'll talk about passive voice for a second. So it's been a while since I've talked about it, but so passive voice is not I know there's a lot of English teachers out there who are don't use passive voice, and they do kind of make it into a rule. And so I don't want to sound like that. Passive voice is a valid voice to use. And as always, there are no hard and fast rules. There are reasons there are reasons to use it and reasons why it might be preferable at some cases. But as I was thinking of what to suggest, you could say alien insects could be heard in the surrounding jungles through the barred window, or through the barred window, alien insects could be heard. That works fine, but to me, that still has some of this distance that it already has. Saying the barred window helps, but just saying, yeah, they could be heard has some distance from the characters. But actually having the character be the one acting upon it and having it be that Shay could hear these things, to me, keeps me more grounded in the scene and keeps me more grounded in Shay's head, if that makes sense. I like the little action of flourishing his hand mockingly. And I think it actually works quite well that you did the exposition just through him saying oh, it's you, the great revolutionary leader. I think it especially works because he's about to say, yeah, I used to be like you. Yes, a great revolutionary leader like I used to be, kind of thing. Because that could easily be like, I don't know. I guess they do this. The first thing that came to mind was, hello, Edward Elric, the Full Metal Alchemist. But they do that in the show. And granted, they do it with Al. And I guess that's kind of interesting. I guess that's kind of an interesting thing that they like do that exposition through making it a joke and be like, ah, yes, you must be the Full Metal Alchemist. I'm sorry, actually, it's my brother. That makes it a little more interesting than just the characters being like, hello, Edward Elric, the Full Metal Alchemist, and make it seem less obvious as exposition. So yeah, so basically what I was just trying to use an example of, it would sound very weird to just say someone's occupation a lot of the time, be like, hello, Miss Smith, the veterinarian at this veterinary office, you know? So easily that could sound weird, but I think in this particular case, it does actually work for me. Let's see. And I do like that, our main character kind of says this, I don't know, generic revolutionary thing of, your reign of oppression, your reign of tyranny ends now. We are free to make our own future. And it almost sounds kind of cliche. But then what ends up making it not cliche is when Adamir is like, yeah, I used to say stuff like that. You know? I think that works really well, and it is kind of this, like, twist there. I think will remind me to come back to that I was rightfully elected into office. Maverick is interesting because I was thinking about this last stream. We were talking about Earthisms, and I was kind of saying that it's like extremely hard to get away from Earthisms, and so I don't think you have to be such a stickler about it. But there was one Earthism brought up that I was like, yeah, that one doesn't work, and it was a person's name. And so I kind of felt the same way here, that it's like, that feels like an Earthism that, like, doesn't make sense, but then again, maybe this is a society that used to live on Earth, and so they did used to, you know, they were us, and so yes, they did have, you know, that term, Maverick. They just took it into space with them. In which case, that actually does work, but I was thinking about that when I read it. It was like, that feels like an Earthism that maybe doesn't work, actually. I do like the Ouroboros reference here, and isole is a really good adverb. Hey, speaking of rules that are not hard and fast, yes, you can use adverbs and they can work. I do like that he thinks that Adamir is going to beg for his life, but in fact he continues to beg for his ideas. So this is the one part that I feel like kind of goes against, well, yeah, we'll come back. This is the main one part that I feel like goes against that idea of like, ooh, who's the real villain here? Because we're kind of going like, okay, so Adamir used to be a revolutionary. Who is the bad guy? Then when Adamir's like, those darn telepaths, they're the worst! And then Shay is like, those were my friends, you asshole. then that definitely makes me go, yeah, that's really sounding like Adamir is just the bad guy here. And so I think for me that takes away from some of the power of your idea here of like, who's the real bad guy, that I think enhances the story and the prompt use. And so personally I would vote for not talking about the telepaths, because so that you could preserve that who's the real bad guy here. Now granted, he does say you can't let those telepaths control us, and so maybe there is an idea here of like, what if Shay is being controlled by the telepaths? What if they actually are the bad guys and they literally can influence anything that anyone is thinking, and they've totally got Shay under their control? Like, that could be kind of interesting, and that could put us back into the territory of like, who's the real bad guy here? However, that's not really, like, I'm extrapolating a lot from just the word control. Like, if that was the intent, that's not very clear. And I do think that just they were my friends is kind of enough to go, okay, yeah, Adamir seems like he's the bad guy here. Now, granted, your friends can be bad guys. That's true, especially if you yourself are a bad guy. But like I said, especially because he's the main character and everything, and the other guy's called a dictator and stuff, I am inclined to believe him and be like, yeah, I think they're just people who happen to have those powers. And granted, now that I think about it, it could also be partially that you have other stories, I believe in this universe, but I could be wrong, about telepaths, and they are people. They're normal people. They're good guys. You know, I'm sure there are evil ones out there, but in general, they're just people, you know, who've been blessed or cursed with these powers. And so that, I think that also leans me towards they are people, and, you know, he is what would that even be? Like, it's not it's not exactly racism, is it? You know, it's powerism. That he's just against people who have these powers and stuff. And, like, it's fair for him to be afraid of these powers if they can control you with them. But if they are people, you know, who just happen to have these powers, not cool to go out killing them, you know? And then I think the other thing is that, like, the telepaths have not been, like, introduced at all, and the signs that this is a sci-fi story are a little bit subtle and could be forgettable. Like, you could forget that the story said alien insects, and I don't know how big of a tell energy pistol is. And so if you've forgotten that this is a sci-fi story, when you get to telepaths, you'll be like, Tawamaha? So yeah, I think that it may have improved the story to leave off the telepath conversation. The other thing that I said I was going to come back to is, this is the other thing that makes it go, okay, you sound like a bad guy. Because if it was just a generic, I was elected into office, it's like, okay, yeah, like maybe at the time it was the right thing. And it does say elected. And so it isn't, I forced, you know, my way into power. Now, granted, maybe he rigged the election. We don't know. But rightfully is definitely I'm better than you, you know, like, I deserve this position sort of thing, which does put him more firmly in the villain category, which, again, I think takes away some of the power of the story, because I think the most powerful part of the story is not knowing who the bad guy is. And I do like that Adamir having... I do think that he has dignity by the end, and just being like, yeah, I'm not gonna beg. This has happened before and will happen again. I like that this is a statement that ends up being a threat, that it's a very calm, like, he's not saying like, my people are gonna get ya, you know? He's not giving a direct threat, but he's just making a statement that ends up, you know, basically being a threat that I think works really well. And then, you know, Shay, saying, now the real work begins, with not an ounce of, like, sympathy or even a remark about Adamir's death. That definitely leans him towards, like, you're seeming like you might be the bad guy, or at least you might be headed that way. And so I think that works for the ending. Oh yeah, there is also a question of why they didn't have, like, a fake trial. Fake trial. Because, you know, if you take him prisoner and just kill him, that might actually end up looking bad on you as the new leader, potentially. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish, if I didn't say that before. Interesting about zooming in and out. I hadn't thought of that. Nods. Excellent point. If I were doing a rewrite, I'd probably just use the alien insect crawling about in the room. Fair. It makes sense to address the leader of the opposing force by their full title, I think. Very fair. That is what Adamir believes about Shay, that the telepaths are manipulating him and manipulating the levers of power in Adamir's beliefs. Interesting. Interesting to know that my kind of off-the-wall theory was actually what you intended. There's also a lot of wiggle room with elected in the world of dictators taking power. Hitler was elected into office, but most of the power politics which installed him as dictator were non-electoral. Gotcha. Interesting. That does make sense. Going back to the joke before of like, yes, at the mood lighting. The mood lighting is flashing red, lights flashing red, playlist sirens on a 24-hour loop, clocks set to 1 minute until the deadline. Yes, totally. What I'm trying to think what it was. There's like a scene in the Big Bang Theory where Amy puts on some kind of playlist. I want to say it's Mario, but I feel like it was a little more bonkers than that. But she like puts on a playlist, and then Sheldon's like, "Oh yeah, that's soothing," you know. And so it just makes me think of that: lights flashing red, playlist, sirens on a 24-hour loop, clock set to 1 minute until the deadline. Oh yeah, that's soothing. Time to write. Mako, the part about don't let the telepaths control us reminds me of The Malorian, where the mad god, who is the villain of the previous series, reads the prophecy he himself spoke in a trance and is scared into sanity long enough to leave a note for the protagonist to make sure what he prophesied does not come to pass. That's great. I'm sure it's very serious and interesting, but just reading that, it kind of reads like he hears it and it's like, I was on some bonkers crap, guys. Don't let this happen. What was I smoking? Yeah, so the only time you need to mention the name of the world is if there are multiple. Fair. I mean, I could see there being like more than just that reason, you know, but I think that would probably be one of the main reasons. He uses occupations as honorifics in my sci-fi. I mean, that can work. As always, like, I'm not saying you can never say character occupation. I'm just trying to think of like, is that something that would sound awkward or could sound awkward? And it could, you know. Like I said, I think the veterinary example was a better example of like, I walked into the vet office with my pet dog, and then I saw Sandra, the vet of this veterinary office. And it's like, yeah, we get it, you know? Thank you for the cheer, Mako, and the subscription. Really appreciate it. Wolf just says, some form of prejudice. I assume we're talking about, like, prejudice towards the telepaths, but I love just no context, just some form of prejudice. Alrighty, Rue. Great story, Aerith. Okay, let us go on to Death's story. Veterinary receptionist Anna. I don't know if you're saying that as a good example or a bad example, but once you said that, I was like, yes, I walked into the veterinary office and I saw a veterinary receptionist Anna and next to veterinary nurse Sally, and then the vet herself, Sandra, walked in. You know, it's like, okay, I guess it's informative, but this feels awkward. Alright. As a bad example, gotcha. Ways of Wolfy Women. Cal, by Death's Head. 350 words. A breeze wafted into Sir Califrax Casalovos' room, mixing with the scent of oiled metal and the shouts of a young couple's first fight. The old knight sighed as he listened to his grandson Dorgu and the half-wolf maiden Walri yelling at one another. That to happen eventually. Califrac stroked his grey mustache, thinking of his own strife with women. Though I never argued with one who could rip out my throat. There was a door slam, silence, followed by a sad howl echoing over the yard. Califrac readied himself, trying to look like he was doing anything other than waiting, when the door opened. His grandson stood in a shaft of afternoon light, his shoulders slumped and gaze distant. Things didn't go well, Califrac said softly. She told me we're not going like the romance books, Dorgu said, his deepening voice cracking. But she's a whiff-wolf. We can't go to balls and soirees and things like that. You could write more poetry. I'm terrible. We both know it. You both know that, but she still wants it. Dorgu grunted, looking away. Lad, I wish I had magic words to make it all right. But if you throw up your hands now, if you do what you know is wrong, you'll kick yourself for the rest of your days. I wasn't really... You heard it all, didn't you? Neither of you made it difficult to eavesdrop. Califrac rose, walking to his grandson. She still loves you. Of that I have no doubts. He swallowed. One fight doesn't ever have to be the end. Dorgu sighed. I'll write a crummy poem like she wants. He departed, leaving Califrac to finish cleaning. Memories of his own bitter fight with the queen haunted him. Odin above, let him take after his father. Evening fell, the air cooling. Califrac was putting the finishing touches on his armor when he heard voices again. Out the window, he saw Dorgu and Walri speaking to one another before they hugged, sharing a tender, reconciling kiss, of which the old knight could only have in his dreams. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. And anyone who does not know Death's Head Universe, do tell if you were confused about anything or if it all made sense. I just saw paranoia! Whee! I assume that's about whatever Aerith said, so what did Aerith say? In Adamir's beliefs, there are cabals of telepaths manipulating key players in the world's politics. Adamir saw himself as breaking these chains of power over mundanes and sending people to, well, basically execution camps if they were suspected to be telepaths, leading to lots of paranoia. Thing is, there are telepaths, just there's no assurance that they aren't manipulating people. Gotcha. So it does sound like you are firmly putting Adamir in the villain category. Which is interesting in terms of just, like, a political story, but like I said, I do still stand by, for that particular story, I think it works better to not reveal all that. Alrighty, Rue. This story was super cute. I absolutely loved it. The title is very grabbing. I definitely noticed it. I was like, I didn't get the chance to read it earlier, but I was like, like I assume that is about Walri or some other whiff-wolf, but where's this going? And it went in a great direction. Alrighty. I'm curious what you guys in the chat thought the oiled metal was. I think that is scent is a very evocative way to describe your setting, and so I think that is a good thing to use as a setting descriptor, but I do think that it's vague enough, and I'll talk more about the confusion I had later, that could end up being an issue. So I'm curious what you guys thought at first before it was revealed he was polishing his armor. I do like his had to happen eventually. That's kind of exactly what I was thinking as I was reading the story too. Always love your little, like, him stroking his mustache. I think that's a great way to convey what a character looks like through an action that they're doing. So I think that works very well. And I also think you do a good job, because his mistake is, like, a little bit hidden, and definitely a question for newcomers if you understood his mistake. And I think you did a good job of like introducing it from the beginning of like, okay, we're thinking about his own strife with women, you know, from the beginning, and then you keep dropping hints throughout the story. I think that works quite well. That it's not just like, sure, you could have just had him say directly to Dorgu, don't make the mistakes I did, but it was a lot more internal, and there were more breadcrumbs thrown in throughout the story, and I think for me, that was more powerful. And I see that the ad is coming, so let's look at the prompt. Sewing dragon's teeth. This makes me think of the, I want to say Medusa story, but I don't know that it is. It must be the Hydra story, right? Is it? It's a Greek story of some sort where somebody literally sews dragon's teeth as seeds. And I'm trying to remember what it creates. I want to say it creates like an army, like people, but I don't remember for sure. But yeah, I think there's some literal Greek story about literally sewing dragon's teeth. However, I don't know that everybody knows that story. I don't know if people will know what that reference is. So in the chat, please do say if you know the story or you don't. And what you would think of the prompt if you just saw it submitted. I think that, you know, I don't know what your explanation is yet, but my mind would go very, very literal here of, you know, well, I guess it did immediately go literal because the original story, I believe, is literal. But I would think about, you know, stories about literally doing that. But I guess it could maybe mean like sewing something dangerous, like you... Yeah, interesting. So it's like you participated in a battle and then you sew something from that battle, or I guess it could be offensive as well. Like let's sew something for the battle ahead. You know, let's sew the dragon's teeth. Let's sow the seed of monsters so we have monsters to use to fight. You know, sort of thing. So let's see what you actually said. Meaning to perform an action that inadvertently leads to trouble. To perform an action that is intended to prevent trouble, but which may actually bring it about. Interesting. I can see that. That does make sense. As you can tell, it was not the immediate thing that I thought of. But I don't think that's too difficult to get to. That you're sewing something that's gonna hurt you. I guess it's interesting because it's like, you know, it's a dragon's tooth when you sew it, you know, so you should know you're gonna get a dragon out of this or something like that. But that's fair enough. So yeah, like a little on the fence about that one. Like it is interesting, and I think it's a very evocative image that could create very evocative stories. But it is also like, I don't know, specific. It's not specific in the sense of like, oh, it's a problem. Like it's not problematically specific or anything, but it is specific. And so I do wonder if that would make people feel pigeonholed or make people feel like they don't really know what to do with that. So again, chat, feel free to say. Let's see. Oh, it's Jason and the Argonauts. Gotcha. Oh, I was right. Okay, so yeah, their teeth do grow into fully armed warriors. I mean, I don't know that I said fully armed warriors, but I was like, I think they became like people. Yeah, fair. It's for some reason I thought it was a skeleton army that springs up. That's very fair. Dragon's Teeth fortification. Dragon's Teeth are pyramidal anti-tank obstacles of reinforced concrete, first used during the Second War to impede the movement of tanks and mechanized infantry. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, that definitely, that's definitely another real world meaning for it that you could totally use. See, Cadmus, the bringer of literacy and civilization, killed the sacred dragon that guarded the springs of Ares. According to the Bibliotheca, Athena gave Cadmus half of the dragon's teeth, advising him to sow them. When he did, fierce armed men, known as Spartoi, sprang up from the furrows. Cadmus threw a stone among them because he feared them, and they, thinking that the stone had been thrown by one of the others, fought each other until only 5 of them remained. You done effed up, Cadmus. You had an army planted and ready to go, and you threw a stone. I love the idea that he sees, like, an army of fully armed warriors that are like, hi, ready to go to war, whatever you want from us. And then he's like, ah! And throws a stone at them. It's like, that wouldn't have done anything good, you know? Like, you might have been able to knock one of them out, but easily they could have all turned on you and murdered you. This is Greek myths, my man. Don't you know? You're in the middle of a Greek myth. You could die tragically. But yeah, I do really love that idea of planting dragon's teeth. I think that is a really neat just image and that is, you know, part of why, even though I didn't remember what it was specifically from, that I did remember, like, oh yeah, there was like a myth where like they actually literally sewed dragon's teeth, because I think that is a really cool thing. One version I found said that they were going to kill him unless they were suitably distracted. That makes more sense, that it's like they were ready to kill him. It's not like, yes, master, what do you want from us? It's like, fresh meat. And then he's like, go over there, you know, throws rock like he's in a video game. That makes more sense. Alrighty, rule. Kitty woo. Back to the story. So on the one hand, I kind of like that little like, yes, I've had many arguments with women, but I never argued with one who could rip my throat out. And so on the one hand, I kind of like that like showing like, that is an interesting element of her being a werewolf. But also at the same time, the other women that you fought with weren't trying hard enough, because I'm sure that a human person could find a way to rip your throat out. So it does seem a little bit odd to say, you know, one that could rip my throat out. It's like, yeah, humans could do that too. Maybe it's a little more difficult for humans, but they could, you know? I mean, I guess even just simply saying could easily, adding an easily in there might help. It's really not that much of a problem. It's kind of nitpicky, but still, like, what's that meme where it's like, you know, a vampire being like, I could kill you so easily, and then the human being like, yeah, so could another human. You know, so could a fox. You're not that special. You know, so there's a little bit of that in there where it's like, oh my gosh, she can rip his throat out. Yeah, so could a normal person. It just would be harder. I do like her sad howl. That is kind of cute. That like the minute that she ends the fight, she like, I guess it's kind of like the equivalent of like going to your room and like collapsing on the bed and crying, but instead she goes out and she howls. Like, that's kind of cute and sweet. So I ended up, this may have just been me, but I think it's interesting and kind of funny to talk about, so I am still gonna mention it. And chat, feel free to be like, no, I actually am with you there. So I think I either missed the scent of oiled metal or I just didn't know what it referred to, and so I was kind of like, okay, there's oiled metal, I don't know what that it was referring to, but moving on. And so I kind of have this image of like, okay, Califrac, he's sitting in his room. And then when I got to, there was a door slam, silence, followed by a sad howl echoing over the yard. I think it's because the howl follows immediately that I had this image of, oh, you want out now, kitty? So it's a castle, right? So like it's easy to imagine, at least to me, that, you know, a room can have multiple doors. And so, especially, you know, like the princess's room, if that's, you know, where they were. And so when I read this, it conjured to my mind the image of, like, this is hard to describe. So, like, there's a hallway, and then there's the door to the room that Dorgu and Walry were fighting in, and then there's also, next to it, the door to Califrac's room, and that's probably why, you know, he can hear them fight, is because they're in the next room over. Did you say that? No, he just listened to it, so you didn't say it. So yeah, you have the hallway, you have those two doors, and then, so here, so I don't know if you could actually see that. So you have, like, the hallway, and then you have, like, the door to Walry and Dorgu's room, and then you have, like, the door to Califrac's room. And so over here is Dorgu and Walry's room, and I was imagining, like, over here, there's another door. There's another door that Walry can get out. And so I envisioned, okay, door slam over here. Walry goes out. She, like, goes out onto the roof. She goes out into the yard. She goes and howls. This door. And so then I was thinking, when the door opened, that it was this door that opened. And so, especially because you have this line of, he readied himself trying to look like he was doing anything other than waiting, I got confused, and I was like, okay, so I'm imagining him sitting in his room doing something. Oh, wait, actually, no, he's outside of their room waiting. And so, you know, why else would he need to try to look like he's doing anything other than waiting, unless waiting is exactly what he's doing? And so I imagine he was sitting outside the room waiting, and then the door opens, and Dorgu comes out. And then, where is it at the end? And then you say, leaving Califrac to finish cleaning. And I was like, oh, he's cleaning. What is he cleaning? Is he, like, mopping the halls? Why is Califrac doing that? And then you finally say, finishing touches on his armor. So I don't know that this is necessarily a problem with the story, especially if other people were not confused by it. But I do think that at least saying something about armor, something about him polishing his armor at the beginning, so it's not just oiled metal and we're kind of left to wonder, okay, what's he doing? Is it something with weaponry? Does he have some kind of machine? You know, is he polishing the silverware? You know, what's he doing? There's a lot of things that oiled metal could be. And so at least saying that he's polishing the armor would help. And then I think what would help more is fixing up this sentence, because saying Califrac readied himself trying to look like he was doing anything other than waiting implies that waiting is exactly what he's doing. But it wasn't. He was polishing his armor. And so that's the thing. So I think just saying, like, Califrac scrubbed harder, or whatever the word would be, you know, Califrac shined his helmet harder, cleaned his helmet harder, or whatever. So it wouldn't look like he was waiting, or it wouldn't look like he was eavesdropping, I think would be a lot clearer, at least to me. I think the door thing is on me. I don't think the door thing necessarily needs to be changed, but just like, I was just letting you know how I ended up reading it. And then that also would clarify the cleaning thing. If you said earlier on that he's something about armor, and then you said he cleaned harder, then I wouldn't be like, wait, he's mopping the floors, you know? Because saying, like, the scent of oiled metal doesn't automatically equal polishing or cleaning or anything like that, you know? But anyways, I do like the description of Dorgu going in. I think that's pretty evocative of, like, because I think I've talked about this many a time, that I think in some ways we're kind of opposites, in the sense that a lot of my stories are mostly dialogue with very minimal setting. And you're really good at the setting. I mean, granted, you're also really good at dialogue. But for me, like, if I were writing this, I probably would just be like, yeah, his grandson walked in. And that's not very evocative to just say that his grandson walked in. And so I think this is so much stronger of an image to say he's standing in a shaft of afternoon light and his shoulders are slumping and his gaze is distant. Like, it's just one sentence, but there's a lot to imagine there. And so I think you did a good job with that. This is a little nitpicky, and I'm guessing that maybe you wrote it like this for the character count, but I do think that saying something like, She told me our relationship isn't like the romance books or something like that. Oh, did I hear a kitty?
Kitty Boo, come here. Come here, cat cat. Yeah. Oh, come here, cat cat. You're adorable. Come say hi. Oh, baby. Oh, baby cat. You are glowing. Angelic kitty. Oh no. Snotty kitty. Snotty angelic kitty. Let me get your snots. Poor baby. Oh, let me get your snots. Poor baby doll. Uh-oh.
So yeah, we're not going like the romance books. I can definitely understand what that means, but not going like is a little bit of a clunky phrasing. I am honestly not even sure our relationship isn't like quite fixes the clunk, but I couldn't really come up with anything better. But I do like that idea that she is very like immersed in romance books and fantasy and ideals. And so I think that's an interesting thing for them to fight about. And I think it's cool and like actually kind of realistic in this way, which is that it's not Dorgu's fault, right? It's not Dorgu's fault that they can't be like the romance books, because as he says, she's a wiffle. So the fact that we can't go to balls and soirees isn't on me. It's on the fact that she's a wiffle, which comes with, you know, pros and cons. You get, you know, the cool, awesome wolf fur and wolf teeth and everything, but, you know, maybe you can't go to balls and soirees. You're uninvited from the balls and soirees. So, but I think that's very realistic that, you know, she feels bad and maybe even like, I mean, I don't know, I was gonna say insecure, but like, I don't think Wallery in general is insecure about herself being a wolf wolf. But just, you know, she loves being a wolf wolf, but there are things that she can't do, you know, and I bet that, you know, deep down, or maybe not even that deep down, she knows that it's because of what she is that she can't do this, but she doesn't want to admit it in that way. She doesn't want to admit, yeah, because I'm a wolf wolf, we can't do this, and so maybe she ended up blaming Dorgu for it, and that feels like exactly the kind of thing that real people would fight about, you know. I do have a question of why she can't, though, because there was that other story where she wore a veil and makeup and she was able to talk to this guy. Now, granted, you did say on that stream that she had to, like, look at him straight on or something like that, because if she, like, turned to the side, her snout would be clear. Which, you know, you couldn't really do at a soiree. You couldn't make sure everyone was looking at you and your brother and your mom straight on at all times. So maybe that is itself just the reason. But I was kind of wondering, like, is there really no workaround that they could do to make it so she could go? But even if there's no workaround to go to, like, other kingdoms or whatever's, balls and soirees, make a family ball, you cowards. Like, come on, guys. Like, as far as I know, everyone in the valley knows that they're werewolves and is cool with it. So, like, at the very least, they could make a ball just with the family and like her family and Califrax's family and like the servants and stuff. But they could actually even go one better and just invite the kingdom, like pull a Cinderella, invite the commoners. Invite them all to the ball, and have your dance with Dorgu. Like, why can't you do that? Right, kitty?
Right, Kitty Boo? What do you want, Kitty Boo? Look. Here's your bed. Oh,
baby. I do really like that Califrac goes to what is within Dorgu's control, that like Califrac could kind of commiserate with him and be like, yeah, can't believe that she was taking it out on you when it's the fact that she's a Whiffwolf, that's the problem, you know. That wouldn't really be helpful in this case. I mean, granted, maybe that would make Dorgu feel better. But I like that Califrac went like, okay, yeah, we can't change the fact that she's a Whiffwolf. Maybe we can't go to balls. She can't go to balls and soirees at least. But hey, there's something you could do. You could write more poetry. And I do love him being like, I suck, Grandpa. I suck at poetry. It's gonna be bad. And I especially love that he points out, yeah, we all know that you suck, including her. But, you know, she still wants it. And I think if that ain't an expression of romance, what is? Like, that is on both sides, honestly. Like, her loving his poetry and wanting his poetry, even though they all know it's crummy, shows, you know, love on her side. And him writing poetry, even though he knows it's not good because he knows that she wants it, is super cute and romantic and shows how much they care about each other, and I love it so much. A little bit of a nitpicky thing here. When I first read that I'm terrible, we both know it, I read that as Dorgu saying him and Califrac, that it's like, Califrac's like, yeah, we could write more poetry, and he's basically like, you know I'm terrible, Grandpa. You know, we both know I'm terrible, Grandpa. And so then, you know, Califrac says, you both know that, kind of seeming to harken back to this and imply that he was saying, Walry and I both know it. And so it's not like too much of a problem, but there is like a little bit of clunk to that. And so I do think that instead saying, I'm terrible, we all know it. She knows that, but she still wants it. You know, just kind of pointing out, yes, Dorgu knows, that Califrac knows, and that Walry knows, and Califrac focuses on she knows and she wants it, you know. But I absolutely love that idea. That it's just like, and it also goes back to that ideas and ideals thing, that she cares more about the ideal than the actual practice. You know, she cares that he's trying to be romantic, like in the books, and even if his execution is a little bit lacking, you know. And I feel like, come to think of it, that's probably how a lot of like romances and stuff are. That, you know, I could see, I don't know, the thing that immediately comes to mind, though it's kind of weird, is the husband being like, I can't pick out the right flowers. And it's like, I don't care. Just get the fact that you went to the store and got me flowers, you know, is meaningful to me, even if they're not my favorites, you know.
Hi, Kitty. Do you want out, or are you just figuring out where to settle in? Silly boo. What you doing? Oh, what are you doing, Kitty?
I do like that, at least for me, knowing Califrac, I can really tell he's talking to and about himself more than Dorgu perhaps here, that it's like, yeah, I threw up my hands, you know, at this point, at some point in my life, and I have kicked myself for the rest of my days. And so, excuse me, I don't want you to do that. And that is really cool in terms of the prompt, because, again, he could have said straight up, like, but I did that once and I kicked myself, so don't make my mistakes. And I think it's, you know, more powerful, at least because, you know, it's the prompt. I think it's more powerful that he is saying it to Dorgu as if Dorgu is thinking about this, when we know that it's actually him talking to and about himself. I think that's a really neat way to do the prompt. I'm curious what the I wasn't really phrasing doesn't quite follow for me, so I'm curious what he means. If he was going to say, like, I wasn't really planning on doing that, you know, I wasn't really planning on throwing up my hands or anything. But especially because he says, oh, you heard it all, didn't you? Kind of implies whatever he was going to say is like he was going to deny something, and then he's like, well, you heard it, so no point denying it. Which kind of implies that, that he was going to throw in the towel, if that is what the end of that sentence was. And so I'm kind of left going, what was the end of that sentence? Who are those bastards? And what was the end of that sentence? I do really like the neither of you made it difficult to eavesdrop. I could have stood to have a Califrac chuckled as he rose, but I do understand you might have had to leave that off for the word count. And I do like she still loves you. One fight doesn't ever have to be the end again, especially because I know that this is Califrac talking from experience and having had one fight be the end at least once before. So I think that's quite powerful. And I do like him giving in and being like, okay, fine, I'll write her a poem. This is very, another nitpicky thing, but I do think it's interesting. I kept wanting to read this as, I'll write a crummy poem if that's what she wants. Or even, I'll write a crummy poem if she wants. And I was like, I like that a lot better. Why do I like that a lot better? Because, like, what you have is fine. No, it's objectively, like, there's not an issue with that. And I realized that I think what it is that saying, the phrasing of, I'll write a crummy poem like she wants, sounds like she wants something stupid. You know, she wants crumminess. Whereas if it's the phrasing of, I'll write a crummy poem like she wants, implies more, I care what she wants, but it's gonna be crummy. And so it's not, she wants something crummy, like, oh, how stupid of her to want a poem, but if she wants this, I will do it. You know, if she wants this, I want what she wants, so I will do it. It's just going to have the adjective crummy, you know? And again, I know, like, just saying if I think would work. If that's what she wants, would be a bit better. So I do know you may not have had the characters for that. But I think if would have been a little bit better. And if you managed to get the characters, if that's what she wants, it would have been even better. And obviously I know that, like, the thing that I'm talking about, I think that is exactly what you're going for here. I think you are trying to convey. You're like, okay, I want what she wants, and so I will, you know, write her a crummy poem. So I do think that is what the intention was. Like I said, I just kept arriving at that sentence and being like, I want to read that differently. Why? And I think that is why. That there's like a little bit of an element there of, I know that's not what you meant or what Dorgu meant, but there's a little bit of something in there, if that makes sense. Is this meant to be, first of all, how do I pronounce this? And second of all, is this meant to be Odin, like the Norse god Odin? So this is interesting because on the one hand, I feel like, you know, let him take after his father is innocuous. It's not a super confusing line or anything like that. So, like, in the one sense, I think it's totally fine to have that in there. But on the other hand, the more I thought about it, the more I felt like this was the most, like, universe world-building thing that maybe should have been taken out. Because the thing is that, well, I guess the first part is, we as the reader just reading this story, we don't know what his father is like. And so I assume that he's referring to his father had a wife and had Dorgu. And so he's like, please let him take after his father and have a good, you know, relationship and like a nice, healthy wife relationship. But we don't even, from this story itself, we don't even know that. And so we don't know why he's saying let him take after his father. We don't know what he thinks is preferable about taking after his father versus him. But the other aspect of it is that, you know, the whole story is kind of Califrac being like, yep, I mean, at the end is a reconciling kiss of which the knight could only have in his dreams. Like saying, it's kind of saying he's never had a good relationship with women, or that any relationship he had with a woman ended way worse than this, even this fight did, you know, which is very sad. However, homie did have a son, and so of course the son could have been dropped off at his doorstep, and it's like, I hate you, I hate that you made me have a kid, he's your problem. That absolutely could have been the situation, But again, that's not clear. And so it's like you had a son and you had a good enough relationship with him to now have custody of Dorgu. So, what of his mother? You know, did you have a amicable relationship with his mother at least? How'd that work? You know, because the mom very easily could have just like had the son and never told you about him. And so, the options for the mom hating Califrac are either she has the son and never tells Califrac about the son, or she leaves the son at his doorstep and is like, he's your problem. But everything in between that, like pretty much all the other options, maybe not all of them, but all the other options I can think of are all at least amicable. Are all not like, oh, like they're, I guess it's just like they're not totally corroborating the idea of like, I've like, every fight that I ever had, I just left, you know? I could never have a reconciling kiss. All my relationships with women have been terrible. It's like, it sounds like at least one might not have been terrible. but I don't know. And so all that to say, bringing up that he has, I mean, I don't know. I was gonna say bringing up that he has a son that causes all these questions, but then again, he has a grandson, which implies he has a child. I guess it's one of those things that, at least for me, that I don't think about until you mention the son and you're like, I'm thinking about it now, you know? But anyway, so when I first read it, no problems with the line, and I do think in general it's really not that big a deal, but like I said, I feel like that might have been the most like, this brings up questions you're not going to answer line, so maybe that would have been better without, but I don't know. And going back to Califrac and his relationship with women, I did read the story where, you know, I don't know if it was their first and only fight, but where a fight with a queen made him leave forever. And I think this is really cool to read after that it's like, yeah, I remember how I walked away. And like, it's especially cool because in that story, he was very intentional about walking away. That like his buddy was like, hey, she's at the window looking for you. Maybe turn around. And Califrac's like, no, I am not turning around. And so, especially knowing just how like purposeful and intentional that story was, I think that makes this story even more powerful, that he's like, I made the intentional choice to walk away. Please do not make the choice that I did. And I think that is very powerful. And then, of course, it's cute that they're able to make up at the end. I don't know if I myself actually needed them to make up to know, yeah, they're gonna make up. But it is cute that they end up making up. I guess that does bring in that question that I was talking about with Adrian's story of, does that feel fast? It does feel a little bit fast. But then again, maybe that was exactly the intent, that it's supposed to feel like, wow, that was shockingly fast. Especially because we're in Califrac's head, that it's like, wow, I could never have that. You know, it's like they fought and they made up 5 minutes later. Yeah, excuse me. You know, sort of thing. So maybe it does work in that way. So I don't know. I don't know if it'd be better to leave it a little more ambiguous or leave it solidly on they made up. I think there's pros and cons to both. Alrighty, let's see what folks have been saying. Norman, I hope we're all just speculating on how easy or hard it is to rip a throat out. I personally do not have any real life experience in this matter. Yes, I also have no real life experience in this matter. I'm just presuming, you know, it's a thing that you could do with weapons. Maybe with human teeth if you're determined enough. Yeah, she was meeting one-on-one with someone in controlled lighting and in her own fortress. Yeah, for the Suarez thing. Super fair. Super fair. Just listening to the Why Don't Walrus Family Throw Their Own Ball bit bites tongue as he thinks of the Lobo story I already have written for Midnight Ball. Yes, yes. Oh, I'm excited for that. Wolf, remind me, if you don't want to submit Midnight Ball for your secret supporter chat prompt next week, remind me, and if you're okay with it, I'll submit it for mine. I thought it was clear I was implying that Dorgu said things that were stronger than he actually meant. People will say things in a fight that they'll regret / won't follow up on. Gotcha. Okay, so that was what you meant here. I think there is a little bit of that conveyed, but, because I think actually, I wonder if I didn't really, instead of I wasn't really, if that would have been a little bit more clear that he was about to end it on, I didn't really mean it. Because I guess I wasn't really feels more like there's so many directions this could go in my mind, but I don't know. Let's see. Vampire, I could kill you so easily. Person, so good a freaking peanut. That's great. I assume about the, like, I can't go to balls and soirees. Wolf says, I call bull. We need more werewolf ladies in ball gowns. I don't think anybody's saying they would not like to see Wallery in a ball gown. I think that we're saying that people would freak. And see seconded, buff werewolf ladies in elegant ball gowns. I see your werewolf ladies in elegant ball gowns, and I raise you buff werewolf ladies in elegant ball gowns. Roses are red, violets are blue. I suck at poems. Love me. Nice. If you want the perfect relationship, you'll never find it. Exactly. I don't know if ankle time means you're leaving, but if so, good. I was gonna say Guten Tag. I'm not even remembering what Guten Tag means, but goodbye for now, CM Weller. Super fun story, super cute story. Des said, I greatly enjoyed this one. Let us go on to our midstream question. That was taken from our midstream question channel from the original batch still. And it is, how do you handle time management while writing? Submitted by Wolfsbane X. So what did you mean exactly by time management, Wolf? Do you mean like inside of the writing, like how do you handle like writing this part, like writing chapter 1 or like writing the setting versus writing the dialogue? Or did you mean more of like, how do you handle finding time to write, time management in terms of like your whole day and how that pertains to writing? Guten Tag is good day. Oh, okay, so that works then. So yeah, before I leave you to answer it, tell me a little bit more about what exactly you're referring to. Kind of both? Fair enough. Even more to answer. Okay. So in that case, you can answer whatever strikes your fancy about this question. If you mean time management during the writing process or like how to find time to write in general. But more towards the latter. Gotcha. Okie dokie. Let's... what am I doing? That's not right, is it? Oh, no, it's over here. Yeah. It looks like the midstream question is like just trying to creep into the party. It's just like, hey guys, can I join? And I think I need to put the comments back on. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Actually, I think I can... Oops, sorry. I can move it a little bit. So it covers up this. Yeah. Okay. But now it's even more like, hey guys, I'm just creeping up the corner here. All righty, Roo. Let me give you your tunes, and then, I'll take my break and come back. Okie dokie, I'm back. It's time to sit down, but let me show you Kitty before I disturb her. Here, I can actually do this one.
There's fluffy little kitty Bell. Oh, I sneeze. Oh, I sneeze again.
Yeah. You're very cute.
Yes, you are. Okay. Oh, cute kitty cat. That's an adorable little kitty cat. Oh, yeah, baby.
Mwah.
You're so cute. I want to sit here, but I don't know if there's room for us to sit together. And I was gonna say I feel bad about kicking you off. I feel a little less bad if you're gonna sneeze on me. Kitty cat.
Baby, you're cute. How many encores do we have unlocked? That looks like 2 to me. So I think we have Marks and Galler unlocked at the moment.
Okay. Let's try to sit together and we'll see what happens.
Okay. You kind of seem to sit on the edge. The only answer. Oh, Ad, really? I appreciate it when the ad goes during the break, and it usually does, I think. And this time, it shows up right when I come back.
That's annoying.
Well, maybe we will just snuggle cat a little bit more.
We'll snuggle, kitty. Mm-hmm.
Well, it would be the third one would be instead of 6,000, 5,500. I don't think we're there, so I think it is 2. Do I hear you purring? Little rumbles. Little rumbly kitty.
Little kitty purrs truly are the most relaxing sound.
I wish you all could hear it.
I wish you all could hear the purrs. That's baby cat.
Okay, what's the next prompt? Speaking in circles makes me think of, we're just kind of rehashing the same argument or going over the same topic over and over again. That, yeah, I feel like I've heard that, 2 people are having a conversation and they're like, we're speaking in circles, we're repeating ourselves, we're just arguing the same thing, we're not going anywhere. Meaning to argue a point by repetition of the same thing, sometimes by using different words, but without making any progress. Yep. Yeah, I think that works. I don't know if it would feel like again, if it would feel too, like, pigeonhole-y, because, like, it means you pretty much can only write about one thing. I don't know, like, I guess maybe that's not true, because you could write about, like, have this image of, like, a mad king who's, like, talking to himself, and he's, like, you know, repeating himself, and so you could say something like that. He's speaking in circles. Yeah, you know, yeah, I'm starting to think more examples. Like, it could be the kid who's like, I want a dog, you know? That could be speaking in circles. So, yeah, maybe that does work. What's that? Is that a circle leaf font? Fun fact, Burmese script looks like circles. It sure does. Sorry, dark mode users. Are you a light mode user? Are you ironically on the dark side? I feel like us light mode users are the bad guys of Discord. Most people love dark mode and find light mode an affront to their eyes. You are not. Wait, so then why sorry dark mode users? Did you mean sorry light mode users? I mean, I have no problem with it. Hey kitty. Hi kitty cat. I need to get rid of this notification on one of my other servers. It's bugging me every time I move the... Okay. Oh, you're in a custom mode between dark and light, so you can see that in dark mode, you just can't. Gotcha. So you are a gray Jedi then. Computer is complaining. Ah, the ad's over. The ad's over then. But yes, I think I started to say there is only one answer to the question in the Twitch chat, and it is, that's the neat part. I don't. There is no joke. But let's see if the not so private chat. Oh goodness, where are you? Offers more answers for us. Wolf says, I asked this question because I have difficulty myself finding time to write. I usually write at work because I have long periods of time I don't have anything to do. What I'd prefer is a dedicated writing time daily at home, but unfortunately I don't have much space to do this. And then it seems there was no discussion for a bit, and Wolf goes, oh my goodness, for 10 minutes! Wolf goes, riveting discussion this week. Just it has a bunch of people terrible at managing time to answer how everyone manages time. I don't know what I expected. Ash, for me, I don't necessarily have great time management skills. If you've ever heard of Spirit City on Steam, it helps me to keep track of writing through a sprint timer, and you can set different types of ambient sounds. It's really nice. Interesting. C.M. Miller, time management while writing. I am the wrong person to ask. I'm always writing unless on other tasks. Life, business, for example. I'm more about budgeting time to do things in meat space than time to write. That's very fair. I love how the answers are, I don't. And, you know, like, I'm not great at it, but here's, like, a program that you could use. And then, writing is my time. I have to manage my time for everything else. No, time is no issue. It's motivation and interest I struggle with. That is very fair. Has written stuff at 1 a.m. because of Rex sleep schedule. Oh yeah, I'm totally with you there. Yeah, I am more in the C.M. Miller side. Like, I was gonna say how I do it, and then I was like, oh yeah, I have a lot more time to write than most people. Writing is my life. It is what I do, and so I do I do have time to write. Excuse me, but I'm not like working around, you know, work and stuff to do it. But I mean, I guess I'll still say that, I just have my schedule and my time allotted to write every day, and I have some time in the afternoon allotted, and then I have some time in the evening allotted. Though the evening time can be a lot of different things, and writing is one of the options. And then sometimes, as C.O. Muller says, if that doesn't work out the other 2 times, I can write at 1 a.m. So, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because, like, I guess part of the question is, like, okay, can you set a time to write every day? And if you can, but you don't, why don't you? And, like, that's the thing to address, Why don't you have the motivation to set yourself a timer? Is it because, or set yourself a time? Is it because you don't want to write? Is it because you would rather be doing other things? Is it because writing, like, cuts into your relaxation time and you're like, oh, I would much rather do video games? Or something like that, which is totally valid if you do want to do that. What's the reason, and how do you address that? I think would be more of my my advice. 'Cause, like, I don't know. It's simple to say, oh yeah, just set yourself a time every day to write, like that would be the thing. But there are reasons why people don't set themselves a time every day to write. I think it goes back to what I was saying a couple streams ago. Like, even if you write 15 minutes once a month, that is more writing than you were doing last month if you wrote nothing at all last month, So maybe that could be the other thing. If it, like, feels overwhelming to set yourself a time every day to write, you could say, okay, here's my time every week to write, or here's my time every month to write, And it's okay if it's a small amount of time, You don't have to set yourself 3 hours to write if that feels daunting. You can just say, I'm going to sit down for 15 minutes. And that could be part of it as well, that you could say, okay, I'm going to set myself a time to write every day. And I'm going to promise myself I will try for 15 minutes. And if nothing comes up in that 15 minutes, I can go do something else. So you don't have to force yourself to sit there for 3 hours staring at your page. You can give yourself some leeway if that's something that would help you. Now, granted, if that would just mean that you never write because, it takes you longer than 15 minutes to get anything down, or you just feel like you wouldn't have the motivation if you did that, you would, you'd always just be like, I'm getting a snack or whatever, then maybe that's not the best for you, but that's definitely an option, And, like, this is someone who has OCPD speaking, but, I like routine, and I struggle to function without routine, and so I may be more routine than most people are. I don't know if there's a way for those who don't like routine to kind of fool themselves into, like, hey, there's some sunlight. Wow, we don't usually see that. To kind of, like, trick yourself into being like, it's not a routine, it's just, like, what I happen to, like, feel like doing every day at this specific time. I don't know how to trick yourself if you don't like routine. C.O. Muller, every morning, stupid self-maintenance schedule keeps my meat suit functional, takes up precious writing time. Yes, I vibe with that. Wolf, I'm convinced your blood is ink and your fingers are quills. Ooh, that's an interesting character design idea. I believe 3 unlocks in 1300 bits. So nice. Very fair. So yeah, my ultimate advice for all this is, like, okay, so can you set yourself a time to write every day? And if you can, then, like, go to your phone and set that. And if you can't, why can't you? And if you can but you don't want to, why do you not want to? And those are the things to take a look at, is why you can't or why you don't want to. And the other thing I was gonna say, going back to what Ashikon said, is we do have Sprinto on our server, and so that is a valid. Like, I mean, hey, this is kind of what the write-ins are for, and so if you need like external motivation, I guess, to help you write, join the write-ins, and hey, maybe during the write-ins, you guys can like set up a sprint with Sprinto and write together at the same time, you know, every week, and so people could sit and join. I know there's like I don't know what it is, like an app or a website or something called like For the Words. So like where you like defeat monsters by writing, I think. So you could also look into that if you like need something extra than just the writing itself. So yeah, you are totally free to use Sprinto whenever you want to. I just said, yeah, there's now 2 write-ins, and hopefully I can attend both this week. Nice, thank you. That's great to hear. Okie dokie, kitty cat.
I think I need a chair now.
Yeah. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby cat. Oh, you're so soft and fluffy. Yes, you are. See, I want to take the chair, but then you just purr and be cute and make me be like, no, I don't want to disturb you. I just want to pet you. Oh, my darling.
Well, the other thing is she makes me realize how tired I am. Then I'm like, yeah, I have energy. I keep going. And then I pet Kitty, and I'm like, oh, I could just fall asleep on the kitty pillow. Maybe I will kneel to read it and then talk about it on the floor with the cat. Where are you, Mouse? There you are. Okay. I don't know if Marks is here. I guess somebody tag him. What's the worst that could happen? Overly familiar AU. Deathly Paladin. By Marks. 337 words. Mr. Bartleby, you're okay! The little boy ran and hugged the massive archangel. Bartleby froze, glancing at Matt's eyes. He relaxed, seeing they weren't still black. Yes, I'm fine, Matthew. Release me. I'm sorry, Mr. Bartleby, Matt wailed. I didn't mean to. Bartleby pried Matt off him. I attacked you. You saw me as an enemy. You defeated me in combat. There is nothing to apologize for. You even healed us both. As long as you do not replicate that last part against a true enemy. I didn't heal you, Matt admitted, looking down. I tried to, but it wouldn't work. The pretty lady did. Bartleby raised an eyebrow. Pretty lady? Matt nodded. She was pale and had these cool black eyes and black and white eyes and death. He described death, which meant you killed me. I didn't mean to. She said she'd help me fix it once, if I really want to waste my freebie on you. I didn't understand that part. Bartleby shuddered. He remembered Matt not wanting to fight. He remembered pushing him, cutting off Matt's hand, since he complained about his sword being too heavy. Matt's eyes went black, and then there was pain. And then there was nothing. The boy was powerful enough to kill an archangel. He needed to be trained, but maybe doing so with a gentler touch might be wise. Heaven's numbers were dwindling as it was. They couldn't afford another accident. Bartleby knelt down to Matt's level. I am hard on you because we fight evil. Evil won't care if you don't want to fight. We need you prepared. But I don't want to fight anyone. I just want to go home, Matt sniffled. Bartleby fought against his instinct to tell the boy to stop whining, that this was his home now and get used to it. Instead, he lied. Your parents prayed for this, Matthew. For us to make you all you can be. Do you want to disappoint them? Matt blinked. They want me here? Make them proud. Bartleby offered his hand. Join us. Matt accepted. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Let me see. Last I saw, the questions were TBD, so let me see if that's still the case. Yep. They have not been announced. Unfortunately, and I also don't think that Marks is here to offer them, so I guess you could ask your questions of me in the stream chat or in DMs later. Marks' title is The Worst Question. The universe will provide examples. It's the truth. I am curious, Marks, if you thought of the prompt, this as a prompt, because you made this the title, and or if it's because of what we were talking about last critique group, where Marks ended one of his chapters with this or something similar to it. And FAFO would also be a fitting title for this this story. So I enjoyed this story. Well, first question, folks in the chat, do you feel like you understood this story? Were you confused at all, especially if you don't know the universe? But personally, I know the regular universe, and I also know the alternate universe. I think there's only been one other story in this alternate universe, but it was, in fact, the story where all of the things that Bartleby mentions happened. And so I was very excited to see it continued, to see where things went from there. And I like seeing more of Bartleby and him in this different context than we see him in canon. And I think that their dynamic works very well, that they're very different, or at least I was reading them very different. And so it makes their personalities very distinct. And I think it works well. Just the little boy ran and hugged the massive archangel. Boom, you tell us important info about both characters. One's a little boy and one is a massive archangel with that very first line. I liked that you mentioned, his eyes not being black anymore to kind of indicate, like, like something wacky happened. He went into this state to do the killing. But I am curious if that potentially added to the confusion. If you don't know the universe. I do like that it's kind of set up like Matt made the mistake of what he did to Bartleby. That it's like, oh no, I didn't mean to. I made a mistake. And then Bartleby is like, that was not in fact a mistake. This was exactly what I wanted you to do. Good job. I think that's very interesting. I do like, I don't know if Bartleby was intending to make a joke, but I do like the kind of jokiness of like, well, as long as you don't heal your enemy, you're good. Good job. And I do like the sort of like growing tension of, yeah, I didn't heal you. I didn't do that. And I'm sorry I messed up on the cool black and white eyes. And I do like that Bartleby immediately is like, that's death. Oh no. And I do think it's cool that this is from Bartleby's perspective, that you're kind of like, you're going along the journey with him, wondering what happened, being surprised that he died. I feel like you could easily wonder if he's in the underworld, though, that it's like, you killed me, and then he looks around, it's like, oh, wait a second, this is the underworld. What? Huh? How did I get here? Or something. Man, wouldn't that be wild if an angel didn't go to heaven when they died? Which I think is kind of what you're implying, that like he reduced him to nothing. There was his soul didn't go anywhere, which is extra wild. And it's funny because me knowing the universe, like I don't know if I knew that Death like gave him one freebie, or not, but I was like something like that was in my head, and I was like, like you had Death bring Bartleby back. I feel like that was kind of a waste to have Death do that. She might not be inclined to do that with somebody who's like actually good and worth bringing back. And sure enough, like right as I'm thinking that, Matt's like, yeah, she was like, if I really want to waste my freebie on you, I didn't really know what that meant though. And, like, I feel like that is kind of a meta. I made that mistake that anybody who knows the story and knows Bartleby will be like, that's the biggest mistake of this story, was wasting his freebie on Bartleby.
Hi. Hello, Bo. You coming over? You coming over for loves too?
And then I am curious, especially what newcomers thought of Bartleby cutting off Matt's hand. It is an interesting immortal sort of thing that's like, oh yeah, I cut off his hand because he was complaining about his sword. You know, just immortal things, just normal things that we immortals do. But I'm curious if it's super abrupt, you know, if you don't totally know about Matt.
Kitty? Do you need your face wiped? Ah. 'Cause I think you do. I think you do, baby boo. Kitty.
Oh no. But I do think it works in the sense of like, yeah, I just cut off his hand. What's the big deal? Like, but then he's able to go, I cut off his hand. He went berserk, and then he killed me. Maybe let's rethink step one. You know, maybe let's not. And I think that's what the real mistake is intended to be in the story. That Bartleby is like, I made the mistake of being too harsh with him, and I pressed the murder button. So I will not make that mistake again, and I will be gentler this time. And I think that works quite well. And I do think there is something powerful about there was nothing. And I do think that's a fair argument of like, yeah, we fight evil, so like you need to be prepared to fight evil, and
good at fighting and trained and everything. Hey, cat.
And that, you know, you think I'm mean, evil will be especially mean. And I do think it's kind of interesting that whether intentionally or not, Matt kind of implies like, I don't believe they're evil, or I don't believe evil is evil, or that whoever we're fighting is worth fighting, because I don't want to fight anyone, even if they're evil. That's very interesting. And I think it does make sense that that would be, you know, Bartleby's cover story. It's like, yeah, actually, your parents wanted this to happen, you know? That makes a lot of sense. It is sad that he lies, though. And I am curious, if you don't know the story, if an archangel lying was like, oh gosh, well, huh? What? Well, how does that happen? It's kind of interesting because, like, it does work for me because I do know Bartleby and his character and your, you know, version of heaven and stuff like that, and how it's not all it's cracked up to be. But I can see kind of an element there of like when I first watched Has Been Hotel, and then in the first episode that's not the pilot, you meet Adam, who's an angel, and he is swearing like a sailor. He's being very mean and stuff like that. And it really bugged me the first time I watched it, because I was like, okay, I get that this is a show that is just full of swears, but this is an angel, and so I feel like it'd be more impactful if you had your even if you do want your angels in the story to be the bad guys, have them be holier than thou, have them not swear, have them be bad people, but in a totally different way than the people from hell. And on the one hand, I kind of still stand by that, and on the other hand, I can, now that I've seen the whole thing, I can kind of understand they were kind of intending, you know, him as an angel to act exactly like the people in hell. However, I say all that to say that I kind of see a similarity here that, you know, if you don't know the story, you can get to this part and be like, wait a second, angels aren't supposed to do that. Angels aren't supposed to lie. And so I don't know that it would have been better for him to like tell the truth and twist it, but that could have been an interesting direction to go as well. That it's like, I'm an angel, I'm not supposed to lie. Maybe I can twist the truth somehow, you know, kind of thing. Last of my bits. Thank you, Ghoulish. Why are you whispering dialogue that's in all caps like that? I wasn't whispering it. Did it sound like I was whispering it? I was using a deep voice for it. Like, I mean, I could... I could ask Marks what he wanted, because I don't know that I actually have read Bartleby before, but I imagine him as having a very commanding voice, like, you know, that his voice rings out. I don't imagine him as, like, shouting, but I do imagine it as kind of, like, amplified, booming, loud, but deep and low, and so I just went with the lowest setting that my voice can do. I'm very sorry if it sounded like whispering, because it was not meant to. But, like, I could read it as, Bartleby froze, glancing at Matt's eyes. He relaxed, seeing they weren't still black. Yes! I am fine, Matthew! Release me! But that does not sound right to me. I don't think that's what, I don't think that's what Marks intended. I also am not close to the mic, so, like, I'll redo how I did it closer. Sorry, cat.
Sorry, kitty.
Yes, I'm fine, Matthew. Release me.
Yep, see, she got up.
So, yeah, like, in order to go that low, it does kind of thin my voice a little bit. So, like, maybe that's why it sounded whispery. But I attacked you. You saw me as an enemy. You defeated me in combat. There is nothing to apologize for. You even healed us both, as long as you do not replicate that last part against a true enemy. So yeah, I don't know how it comes out, but it is that is basically the deepest setting that my voice goes to, and that's how I interpreted it. But Marks can correct me if I was supposed to shout all that, or if he wants a different voice. Alrighty, Rue. But good story, Marks. I enjoyed it. Let us go on to Geller's story. If somebody can tag Geller, that would be appreciated. I cast Heart Explosion by Geller. 339 words. So, Nigel pointed at Amy's ghost towards the scar above her heart. How did that happen? You do realize that dead people don't want to remember our deaths, right? Amy responded, annoyed. You're lucky that I'm not angry about that. I was just trying to start a conversation. Nigel interrupted himself, realizing he sounded like a jerk. Okay, sorry, it was a bad conversation starter, but I was just curious. Don't worry, I have many years of coping to reflect on it, Amy said, waving her ethereal hand disarmingly. To start with, it was a rather dumb combination of things. I wanted to remain energized and woken up during the day, caffeine and all that. Nigel nodded, gesturing for her to continue. Well, it turns out being obsessive and having an addictive personality doesn't help with it. I was kind of a workaholic when I was alive. Combine that with the fact that I mixed my coffee with energy drinks to remain productive, it kind of messed up my body. Amy explained as Nigel's face twisted in horror. Yep, a horrible concoction. Do not recommend, nor assume that the pain in your chest for a week means that you are being productive. It would lead to your heart exploding. Nigel looked at the scar over her chest and then at her. He blinked twice, and then he asked, You mean literally or metaphorically? Because, ghosts don't have that. Oh, that. I may have forgotten to mention that I mixed that with a haste spell. Amy sighed. I told a wizard this once, and he said, How the hell didn't it make all your organs convulse instead of just your heart? He was rather impressed. Nigel looked at her in silence, which was broken rather quickly. That's a sad, messed up, and dumb death. Hey, as long as you heed the warnings, I did my job, Amy replied. Nigel just shook his head. Honestly, Nigel agreed with that assessment, but it would have felt better if he hadn't known this. Throw off those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Alrighty-roo. A very interesting little tale. Very fun little dynamic between Nigel and Amy. And I think one of my favorite parts about this story is that someone did use the idea of somebody who is dead. Like saying how they died. I think that works quite well, though I guess we'll talk about it at the end. So maybe a little thing, I don't know, but the scar above her heart, scar kind of implies just like a mark, there's like a line. It could be, like a star or something like that. But if your heart exploded, I don't think it would even be a star. I think it would be like a hole. And so it just seems like, there's just like a little line over her heart when it probably would be more like there's a gaping hole in her chest, which would make even more sense as to why he's asking about it. And then it makes total sense that ghosts would not want to remember their deaths. But there is some awkwardness in the emotion here because she goes, You do realize that people don't want to remember our deaths, right? Amy responded, annoyed. You're lucky. I'm not angry about that. Well, you sound angry about it. Not just, the sentence alone sounds angry. But annoyance is kind of a level of anger. And so she sounds angry about it, and then he's like, sorry, I was just trying to start a conversation. And then she goes, oh, don't worry, I've had many years of coping to reflect on it. Which seems to totally contradict what she was just saying. If she's like, oh, I don't want to remember my death. How could you ask that? Don't worry, I've had years to cope. Those things don't really connect, And I think it could work, like if you said something more like, you do realize most dead people don't want to remember our deaths, right? And then he kind of backtracks, is like, oh no, sorry. And she goes, oh, don't worry, I'm not most, I'm not most. I've had years to cope. That might work a little bit better. I'm not angry, the ghost said angrily. Yeah, totally. So I do kind of like Nigel's like, I was just trying to start a conversation, but it was a bad conversation starter, so I'm sorry. I do kind of like that on the one hand, but on the other hand, it does feel a little bit repetitive. And it also, so you say here, like Nigel interrupted himself. If he did, this would be more of a dash. Oops, is that right? Yeah. like, I was just trying to start a conversation. Okay, sorry. You know, that would work a little bit better. But it also seems like this totally flows. Like, I was just trying to start a conversation. Okay, sorry. You know, that you don't need to interrupt yourself for that to flow into the next thought. At first I wasn't sure about the word disarmingly, but I think I've warmed up to it. I kind of like that adverb of just like, oh, don't worry about it, you know, it's disarming kind of thing. So, I don't know if this is nitpicky, but so, you know, I wanted to remain energized and woken up during the day, you know, caffeine and all. Well, it turns out being obsessive and having an addictive personality doesn't help with it. That didn't quite flow to me, and I'm not sure if I can quite describe why. And like, sure, if you're like more likely to get addicted, then you'd be more likely to get addicted to caffeine. And if you're like obsessive, then that would be more reason to intake caffeine, you know, to fuel your work obsession, you know. So like, if I think about it, it does make sense. But I don't know, like, I guess it's just well, I'll go on to the next thing, and that might help explain it. So, you know, I was kind of workaholic when I was alive. Combine that with the fact that I mixed my coffee with energy drinks to remain productive. It kind of messed up my body. It's kind of like, it needs no combination. Like, it's just the coffee and energy drinks. Like, he asked, okay, how'd you die? She's like, yeah, it was a dumb combination of things. It was caffeine. I used to mix coffee and energy drinks. Like, that's all it is. And I think that's part of why that, like, obsessive, addictive personality stuff seems a little awkward, is because, sure, like, you being a workaholic is why you did it, but your death wasn't you were a workaholic. Your death was caffeine, you know? Well, and the smell. But your death was that you mixed coffee and energy drinks. Like, that seems like that's the whole problem. It needs no other introduction. I'm also curious what you guys in the chat thought, because I was horrified, like, when I heard that she mixed coffee and energy drinks. I think my face was also twisting in horror, or at least internally, I was twisting in horror. But I'm curious if you also were like, oh boy, yeah, that would kill you. Or if you were like, that doesn't sound that bad. That doesn't sound like something that would be enough to kill you, you know? That was something that I actually talked about with my dad, and he was like, I don't think that would kill you. And I'm like, you sure, bud? Like, I feel like it would. So I'm curious where you guys stand. If you're like, I don't think it would kill you, if you're like, no, that sounds horrible. So on one hand, I kind of like the like absurdity of, don't assume that the pain in your chest for a week means you're being productive. Like, I do kind of like, so the thing about it is, like, why would that be productive? You know, why would that be productivity? Why would that be a sign of that? But on the other hand, the absurdity of that is kind of what makes it work. It is kind of what's fun and funny about it, that it's like, I felt this pain in my chest. Oh, so you like went to the doctor, right? No, I just kind of assumed that I was doing good and kept going, you know, like, it's the pangs of productivity. And that is kind of funny. So I do like him asking, like, do you mean literally or metaphorically? Because I also was asking that, but I don't know what, you know, ghosts don't have that means, because this to me reads as, you know, ghosts don't have hearts. And it's like, well, first of all, if they're a shade of a person, I presume they would have a shade version of whatever the person had, you know? Even if their heart no longer beats, they would have the shade version of a heart. But more importantly, she's not talking about her ghost self. She's talking about her human self. And so it's like, yep, yeah, I had pain in my chest for a week and my heart exploded. You know, ghosts don't have hearts, right? It's like, Nigel, this is when I was alive. I'm telling you the story of how I died. Like, keep up, bud. You know? So I really don't know what that is supposed to mean. And I think just having it be, you mean literally or metaphorically, ... would work a little bit better. So I like the mention of the haste spell because I also was wondering, like, literally or metaphorically. And so I like that we're mentioning, oh, there's also magic involved. Not only is there some horrifying real stuff going on, magic was added on top of it, so it makes total sense that this is literal. And that is kind of like funny in a dark way that her heart literally exploded. But I also kind of wish that the magic was mentioned earlier because, yeah, ghosts are a supernatural thing, but there are plenty of stories out there that are ghost stories that have nothing else supernatural in them except for ghosts. And so I kind of thought that that's all this was. Like, yes, the title does say I cast, and you do cast spells, but I didn't really know what that title meant. That title could easily just be kind of being silly and jokey with it. Like, the story itself has no casting in it, but it's just like the narrator is kind of going like, you know, her heart exploded and being jokey in the phrasing of it. So that didn't automatically imply that there was actual magic here, though I will say I do appreciate it as a potential clue that there's magic going on. But other than that, there's no indication that there's magic in this world, so I think just like, even if it's just a little line earlier conveying, hey, you know, there's magic here, maybe, I don't know, Nigel picks up his magic pen, or his magic pen floats to him, or something. I don't know exactly what you want to do with it, but you could just, in the scene, have somebody do something magical or mention magic, so that it's not a surprise when she's like, yeah, I also come out with a haste spell. Because what I should be thinking is like, oh, yeah, that's really bad. And, like, that's in there, but what I'm thinking more is, oh, I didn't know there was magic. And that's not a question I should be asking at this point in the story.
Oh, cat.
But I do like to mention the haste spell, and that does clarify for sure this is why she died from it, even if you're not sure if that's enough to kill you. And it also clarifies why her heart literally exploded. I do kind of like the mention of, like, the wizard thought it would be much worse, and so that's kind of an interesting element of, like, the whole story is like, oh my gosh, this is terrible, your heart exploded, and then the wizard's like, it should have been worse, you're actually kind of lucky in a way. Though I don't know that convulse is the right word, because I presume that at least her heart did convulse, you know, as it was exploding, so I think explode probably would have been a better word there. So I agree with Nigel that it's a sad, messed up, and dumb death. But if I find it interesting that earlier Nigel interrupted himself, realizing he sounded like a jerk. I don't think that saying, I was trying to start a conversation is like, I mean, I guess it depends on your tone, but I don't think that inherently makes you sound like a jerk, that she's like, dead people don't want to talk about how we died. Like, oh, sorry, I just wanted to talk to you. You know, I just wanted to start a conversation. That can sound completely benign and non-jerk-like. However, telling a ghost, that is a sad, messed up, and dumb death is super jerky. That's a really jerk thing to say. Like, is he objectively correct? Yes. But it's not cool to say that. And so I feel like the beginning and the end are kind of at odds there, that at the beginning he's like, oh, I don't want to sound like a jerk over something that's like benign, but over something that is not at all benign and is very mean to say, he's like, just says it without even questioning it. And at the beginning, she seems angry about it, and in the end, she doesn't care. And like, this is the time for her to get angry, you know? And like, honestly, just saying that's a sad death, like, that's not super mean, but could be interpreted as a little mean. That's a messed up death, same thing. That's a dumb death is for sure mean. But saying all three is very mean. So, like, this would not be a problem if Nigel wasn't introduced earlier as not wanting to sound like a jerk. You know, if you didn't have that line earlier, I would have been like, okay, that wasn't cool to say, but I guess Nigel's a little bit of a jerk. But the fact that he cares enough about sounding like a jerk that he thinks about it, and the fact that the other line that he thought he sounded like a jerk on was not very jerk sounding, kind of reads to me like he kind of has an overactive conscience, that he's like, I really care about not sounding like a jerk. I want to come across well. And so that makes it sound weird that he says something very mean at the end there. So I like her saying, you know, as long as you heed the warnings, I think that does help convey the prompt and stuff. Now, granted, like, well, okay, I'll say the other thing first. I do like that. However, as established, he was just trying to start a conversation. Like, nobody said that she's like, I need to warn you, Nigel. You know, it was just like, we're just talking. And so there was no indication that Nigel even needed to be warned about this. I feel like a lot of people don't need to be warned about this. So I think it would have helped improve the story if Nigel started the story. He like has his coffee and he's about to pour an energy drink into it, and then the ghost just like pops out of the wall and is like, hey, wait a second, you know, maybe makes him drop the drinks or something, and she's like, wait, I need to warn you, and she's like, okay, and then she like explains how he died, and then, you know, we kind of end with, okay, so what are you not going to do? Puts energy drink down. I'm not going to combine my coffee with an energy drink. That's right. What else are you not going to do? Not going to go to a wizard for a haste spell? Good. My work here is done. You know, maybe not that exactly, but I think if you wanted it to be that she wants to warn him, I do think you'd need to start with Nigel doing it. Nigel being about to do what she did, making the mistake that she made. Which goes on to another thing, which honestly I only really thought about until now. But I do think there is an element of this story not totally fulfilling the prompt, because yes, it is her saying she made the mistake once, but it's not, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it's the fact that she's dead that makes it work for the prompt, that it's like, I made that mistake once. So maybe it does work, but it doesn't so much have the element of like somebody else is doing the mistake, I need to warn them. And so if you had Nigel making the mistake and then her being like, let me warn you, I think that would work even better for the prompt. And then I do think that Nigel agreed with that assessment, but he wished he hadn't asked. Might flow a little bit more naturally at the end there. But I do think this is a very engaging story. And like, it's interesting because it feels simultaneously very fantastical but very real. Like, unfortunately, I could see real people, you know, dying this way, minus the spell. And minus the spell and the actual explosion. And so, like, that feels very real, but also we have ghosts and spells and stuff like that. So I think it's very interesting. And the characters are a lot of fun and they have a lot of personality. And like I said, I do really like that you went with the dead person idea. So let's see what folks have been saying. Warning, drinking 5-hour energy drinks, 5-hour energy drinks does not give you 25 consecutive hours of energy. Why are you saying it absolutely could? Norman, I don't know. People have wild reactions to energy drinks sometimes. Not exactly the same thing. But I remember the closest I ever felt like I was going to have a heart attack was mixing Red Bull and alcohol. It was like my heart was shifting gears and couldn't make up its mind what speed it needed to be thumping at. Oh, wild. Dead people have feelings too, yes. Coffee plus energy drink equals bad for your heart. Yep. I don't think you were too late. Ashikon looks at my drink. Is an energy drink in a sports drink with 2 shots of espresso because I'm gonna be working all night. Sweats nervously. Okay, so maybe I was overestimating how bad it could be. Maybe you can do it. I don't know. Zia Miller says, as long as you're not swallowing pet pills with that, you should be okay. Ashikon, oh, I know. I used to work for a hotel chain and call-in line. I was drinking upwards of 2,000 milligrams of caffeine per day to deal with the migraines and dizzy spells. Were those also, like, caused by the caffeine? I'm doing better now. I max at 750 because the heart palpitations scared me. Yeah, exactly, as they should. And I can't watch the videos right now. Yeah, you totally can, Des said. But maybe you might have to, like, you need to put it in the Discord chat and then pin it so I can see them. Oh, it absolutely could kill you, is what Mako meant. Gotcha. Alrighty-roo. Let me look at the calendar. And I mean, it's the 27th. So I assume Des right, but I'll still look. Yep. It is the last stream of the... I was going to say of the week. Of the month. I'm quite tired, however, it is also quite early. So I shouldn't be as tired as I am. I should be able to read another one. So let's try it. And Ashikon is very much here. So I'll do my best. I'm sorry if you get sleepy, fuzzy, Kaylee. How do I pronounce the sister's name? Is it Licia? Licia? What is it? Want to see the other kitty? Can I show you with minimal movements? There he is. The bow. Licia? Gotcha. Licia. Unless you meant that as Lycia. Is it EE or is it EYE? The bubbles on the Encore 1 moth work so much better than they used to. Like, it totally just looks like little, I don't know, little butterflies flying around the skeleton. He's got a very big family. Short eye, lol. Okay, I think that's E. I think, yeah. I think we're just gonna say E and hope for the best. Alright. A Life for a Life by Ashikon. 350 words. Or no, you meant Licia. So it's option 3. It's not E, it's not I, it's I. That's what it is. Okay, there we go. A Life for a Life by Ashikon. 350 words. She really was just like her. Yukine, with all the brilliance and grace of an Arctic fox, smiled coyly as she noticed my eyes on her. So maybe not just like her. My sister may have teased me for hanging around, but if she had that look in her eyes, it would have been awkward. I knew that Yukine liked me, but she was just too much like Lycia, my sister, who I lost so long ago. It's hard not to be overprotective of someone so precocious and relatively defenseless. Lycia could talk her way into anything, but rarely could she talk her way out of a bad situation. So of course I worried about her. Yukine, on the other hand, definitely had a survivor's air about her. When I told her about the bounty on her, she held my own knife to my throat. So I didn't have to worry about her. Why then do I worry more? This escort mission is easier on my conscience than trying to take her in, but between who I know is after her and how much she stands out with her brilliant smile and gleaming white hair, I know that I'll smell her blood before the end of all this. I just hope that by then I've learned how to control my father's curse in my blood. The sight of Lycia's hurt enraged me, but that smell, that iron-coated rose under her jaw, I both wish I could remember what I did, and I'm glad I don't. Just woke up in a jail cell, iron shackles and collar weighing my small frame to the point that I couldn't even look up when Lycia said goodbye. Told me that she was afraid of what I had become. How then would this lily in front of me react? Would she too be afraid of the Wolven Dark? With that damnable curse that I have caused her to look at me with disgust instead of love? I pray I'm wrong. I want to be comfortable in her arms, since I cannot feel dear Lycia's. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Alright. We have had a surprising lack of notes this stream. I think this is the first notes, and it is quite long to make up for our lack of notes on other stories. So I finally have a second to add notes and questions. First and foremost, I need to thank anyone willing to read this. I've been forcing myself to write every week so that I don't lose momentum, and having an audience has been a good way to get myself back into writing. Now about the story. This is the first-person perspective of one of my favorite characters, despite the fact that he does have a bit of an angst problem, lol. Hopefully you will all enjoy him as I write about him in many different worlds in slightly different ways. In this particular case, there are two mistakes he's making that he's made before, which leads us to the questions. 1. The prompt is hidden, but I hope it's still visible. The I made that mistake once is I pushed away my sister, and he's hoping he doesn't do it again. Is that the way it reads, or were there other things that muddied that too much? 2. He's also making the mistake of living in the past. He always looks at things right now in a lens of what he's lost and what he stands to lose, and he blames his sire for a lot of his issues because of the blood curse that was passed to him. Do you find this compelling or not? If not, do you still enjoy his characterization/voice? 3, this might tend toward the issue I was having with other prompts in the past, wherein I'm trying to fit in all the context a slice of a character might need to be understood. Did I fall into all old problems, or was this concise enough to stand alone? Thank you again to anyone willing to read this, and I'll try to respond if anyone has notes on how to do better. So feel free to answer any and all of those questions in the chat. And I see that the ad is coming. Maybe I can go back there. And, well, I guess we still have prompts to discuss. Spoil the market. I feel like I've heard this before, but its meaning is not immediately coming to mind. I want to say, like, what comes to mind is the idea of, like, somebody at the market is selling rotten apples, and so because that one stand is selling rotten apples, it makes it makes the other apples around rotten, or it makes people think that the other apples around are rotten, and so nobody wants to come to the whole market, you know, that kind of thing. Meaning to set higher standards by overachieving so others look inferior and unmotivated in comparison. Huh. Interesting. So like it's like the idea of like you have an artist and their art is like it took them a week a week straight, no sleep. It's super detailed. And so everybody else made great art at the market, but now theirs looks like a child made it compared to your week-long project, like that kind of thing. I don't know. I might be getting too tired to do these because I'm like, I don't know what I do with that. Feel free in the chat to answer this one because I'm really not sure what to think of it. Because on the one hand, I think it's fine. On the other hand, I didn't think of the truth, the real meaning immediately, and I don't know if it feels like too pigeonholy. So I don't know. I think let's pause on the prompts and we will resume with that one. We'll resume with that one next time. I think I'm just too tired. Ashikone's not getting an ad. Let me pet that kitty. Pet that kitty.
Oh, I think it's still in the way. This is my kitty boo.
If I rolled all the way over, I would probably cover him up, wouldn't I?
Oh, kitty cat.
Oh, you poor thing. Oh, poor snotty boy. I don't know if you can hear the noises he's making. Oh, my poor sweet boy. I cannot read anything in the chats, but at least I can see the ad, so I'll know when the ad goes away.
Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. You're enjoying that. You don't usually get to have the spotlight on the streams. My beautiful boy.
I hope you can still see him. I can't really see my own camera. Oh, he's purring. I see the ad has gone away, but I don't want to stop.
Oh, okay, maybe you get out. Oh, my beautiful cat. Oh, hi.
Why haven't you meowing?
Come here.
I opened the door to check if Bella was there, and sure enough, I didn't expect her to be, because she usually meows. Alrighty, Roo. Okay. Sorry about the trouble. What trouble? You have caused no trouble.
Kitty.
Alright. I enjoyed this story. You know I love a good werewolf tale, and you know I love a good angsty tale. A werewolf tale, Tail, huh? If I recall, I think we read another story about Yukine in which she was an actual fox. That she, her home was being destroyed, and so she was like, I need to move out. So I'm curious if this is in fact that fox, and she can turn into a human or glamour herself to look like a human, or if it's not the same character, or if it is the same character but it's like it's an alternate universe. So in this universe she's human. No, I'm not saying that. The werewolf is him. The Wolven Dark is the main character. So like she might be a kitsune, but it sounds like It sounds like he is a werewolf. So, I do like you, referencing, you know, that she has the brilliance and grace of Arctic Fox, but it did also come with the problem that I literally thought that she was a fox at first. Like, currently physically in fox form. I do like you mentioning the, like, yeah, she's a lot like my sister, but if my sister had looked at me like that, that would have been a problem. So, good job addressing that. There is, like, a bit of confusion regarding, you switching back and forth between describing Yukine and describing Licia. I think it does kind of start with, she really was just like her. It's all pronouns. So even just like, Yukine really was just like my sister. Like, even that would be a lot clearer. And then, like, you know, it's hard not to be overprotective of someone so precocious and relatively defenseless. Well, your last sentence here was, I knew that Yukine liked me, but she was just too much like Licia, my sister, who I lost long ago. And so going straight to, it's hard not to be overprotective of someone so precocious and relatively defenseless. It could be either of them. It's like, Licia or Yukine. And this paragraph, you know, starts describing Licia, and it takes a second for us to get that, and then ends describing Yukine. And I think even just doing this would help clarify, here's where I'm talking about Licia, here's where I'm talking about Yukine. But I do think the comparisons are interesting. And I do really like the, she could talk her way into anything, but she could really talk her way out. So, like, that's interesting. I really like the term of survivor's heir, especially if she is the fox from the other story. I could totally see her indeed having that, like, yes, she's a survivor. She knows, she knows how to survive. So I kind of liked the, you know, when I told her about the bounty on her, she held my own knife to her throat. I can imagine her just, like, grabbing the knife from his belt and putting it to his throat and slamming him onto the ground and stuff like that. I can definitely envision that. I like the image, and I think it works well to be like, oh, you can take care of yourself. There is potentially a question, though, of why that ended up happening. I kind of assumed that she did that because she thought that he was there to collect, you know, that if he's like, you know, there's a bounty on you, like, you're here to collect, you know. And he's like, no, actually, I was just informing you. I just wanted to know if you knew, you know? And, like, to be fair, even saying that sounds like an excuse, you know? So I can understand why she'd be weary. But I am curious what your intention was there. And I could see people being confused and being like, why did she react so harshly just you know, because she was told? I also like so I didn't have to worry about her. So why then do I worry more?
Oh, I need to wipe his nose. Poor baby. Poor baby. Oh, cat. Oh, cat.
So I like that. I do think that's interesting, and having read through the story, I think it makes a lot of sense that it's like, yeah, that actually kind of makes sense as to why you'd worry more, because you're not necessarily worried about her, you're worried about you know, that it's like, yeah, when I told her she had a bounty on her, she put my knife to my throat without me having to blink. And what happens when she learns I'm a werewolf, you know? She might have a much more violent reaction than Licia had. So I think that that works quite well. I'm a little torn on the escort mission, because on the one hand, it gives context and tells you, you know, okay, why are they hanging out together? On the other hand, it feels kind of like context we don't necessarily need, and might be confused about. And one of the things that's, I don't know if confusing is the right word, but is a head scratcher about it, is that he says, oh yeah, I know I'll smell her blood before the end of this. Which means you're like, yeah, I know I'll fail in my escort mission. Like, I presume your escort mission is to protect her, get her to where she needs to go, protecting her along the way. And so if you're like, yeah, I know that I'm gonna fail, it's like, you should not have accepted this job. That you should have somebody else doing this job if you think that you can't do it. And I am curious, I'll smell her blood, if that means, like, I think that what you mean is that, like, you did say, I know who's after her, and she really stands out, and so I assume that it's like, yeah, somebody else is gonna try and collect the bounty. But there is a potential that you could read that as, like, I know, like, I will end up attacking her, by the end of this, or maybe both, and so I'm not sure what all was intended there. I'm also wondering why they don't dye her hair, or at least put her hair into a hat, because I feel like a brilliant smile is not going to stand out too badly as long as your hair doesn't stand out, and that feels like a very easy thing to fix. I mean, like, oh yeah, she's totally gonna get at least attacked because she has white hair, and it's like, you can absolutely do something about that, I am curious if she is the fox, if they did dye her hair, if then her fur as a fox would be that dyed color. And I do think it's interesting that he thinks that there's a chance that he will have learned to control the curse by then. That could imply that he's, working on trying to control it. It could imply this escort mission is going to be long. I'm not sure, but that's kind of an interesting thing. And I do think it's interesting, this idea of, like, yeah, I hated seeing Licia hurt. Like, to be clear, I hated seeing her hurt. But, smelling her blood just sent me into wolf mode. I'm a little torn on that iron-coated rose under her jaw, because on the one hand, that's a very evocative image and very pretty and interesting and cool. But on the other hand, I feel like it might be a little too obtuse. And so being a little more direct about, like, yeah, there's like a drop of blood by her jaw, might be a little bit better there. So this whole paragraph up until Licia said goodbye, at least to me, 100% implies that he killed her. That, like, sure, yes, it all started because he saw her hurt, but, like, it's like, oh, yeah, like, I smelled the blood, and then he goes wolf mode and he wakes up in jail, and it's like, you woke up in jail because you murdered her, because you're in jail for murder. Like, I don't know why he, would be in jail, if not, like, yeah, I don't know why he'd be in jail, if he didn't kill anybody. And so then when you're like, yeah, I couldn't even look at her when Licia said goodbye, it's like, wait, she's still alive? And so, like, it's definitely sad that Licia said goodbye to him, but it's a lot less sad than him murdering her, or whatever. I don't know if murder is the right word when he didn't do it intentionally, but him going wolf mode and killing her. And so I feel like you probably needed to be clearer that, no, he didn't kill her earlier, if you wanted that, her saying goodbye to have more impact. And I do think it's fair that he's wondering how she's going to react, and I think that works. I like Wolven Dark. I think Wolven Dark is a great descriptor for a werewolf curse. I'm a little torn on I want to be comfortable in her arms, because on the one hand, that's cute and like a sweet, evocative way to end the story. On the other hand, it feels a little odd that he wants to be in her arms when I'm imagining her as, like, much smaller than him. I could be wrong. But, like, he's escorting her, so presumably, like, he's got some strength about him, that he's able to escort. Though you did say he had a small frame earlier. And so, now granted, So like I guess like on the one hand, traditional gender roles would say, you know, the man would generally hold the woman. But then again, I do love me some reversal of traditional gender roles. So why am I complaining? Because that's really cute. So, yeah, so the more I think about it, you did say he had a small frame, so maybe she is like bigger than him. I guess that just would have been nice, you know, to convey that a little more strongly that she's actually bigger than him. Okay, so your questions and stuff. I'm really glad that you've been writing every week, and I'm really glad that the group has been motivating you. I definitely know that feeling. Once I started, I couldn't stop. And I do think a lot of it does have to do with getting feedback, and that is part of why like I made that new review rule, is because, you know, I think that the fact that you are pretty, I mean, I don't think I can say guaranteed, but you're pretty much guaranteed to get at least one review, or at least I want you to be on your story. I think is extremely motivating in writing for this group, you know? So I totally vibe with that, and I'm glad that it's been helpful so far. It's very interesting to me because I don't think I really like noticed how I don't think I clocked this story as being super angsty. I was just like enjoying it as is. I was just like, yeah, like it's an introspective story. And so then you're like, yeah, he does have a bit of an angst problem. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess the story is a little bit angsty. And so I don't know if that's because I write angsty characters, so my angstometer is broken, or if genuinely, like, it's not very noticeable, just like how angsty the story is. So what I thought the prompt was, did I write down how I was thinking about it? No, I didn't. I'm not remembering exactly how I thought of it. I think it was something about like trust, that I think I was thinking he made the mistake of trusting Licia, you know, but like that doesn't sound right because he didn't intentionally like trust her with his secret. So I'll just answer what you said, and then if I remember what my original thought was after, I'll say that. So the mistake that he made once is pushing away his sister. I don't really understand that as the prompt use, because he didn't intentionally push her away. He went wolf mode and she wasn't cool with it. He had no say in the matter. And so it's kind of interesting because I was talking in the prompt intro about how like, oh, like a mistake isn't, you know, like super deliberate. But I realized as I was thinking about your question here, I think the thing about a mistake is that it's kind of between an accident and deliberate. That it's I think maybe the best way to describe it would just be that it's when you make a mistake when you think something is a good idea and it isn't, you know? If you, I don't know, what was I gonna say? If you, I don't know, if somebody bumps into you and then your water falls to the ground, that's an accident. If you intentionally drop your water bottle, that's, you know, a deliberate problem. If you go to set your water bottle down thinking that there's a table there and there isn't, that's a mistake, you know? So yeah, like it does not read like he pushed his sister away. It read like he, through no fault of his own, went wolf mode, and then she, through no fault of himself, of our main character, she pushed him away. So I don't really see that one. And then the mistake of living in the past. I like this one. So I'm assuming what you're meaning here is that he has made this mistake before of he he often lives in the past, that he's always stuck in thinking about what happened before, and so that keeps him from living in the now, and this is not a new habit. I do really like that. There is a potential issue with that use in the sense that that all we see is him living in the past now. You know, we don't get super strong indication that this is something he does all the time or that he's even done once before. We just get the indication, yeah, she reminds him of his sister, so he's thinking about his sister. Honestly, I guess there's even an element of, like, this doesn't necessarily imply he's living in the past. It just means he's thinking about his sis, you know? What you doing, kitty? Oh, baby. So if the intention was that this is something he does a lot, that he is so stuck in the past he's not able to live in the present, I quite like that as a prompt use. I think I just would have needed a little bit more of that, or more clarity that this is not the first time. I'm also curious that you said he blames his sire. You didn't say his father. And usually sire is a term I hear used for, like, vampires when they make someone else a vampire. Like, it's not your biological dad, but it's the guy who turned you into a vampire. Is that your intention there? That this is not his biological dad. This is the person who turned him into a werewolf. And it was not actually his dad. Yeah, I enjoyed his characterization voice. Like, I mean, I've only read one story from him, so I don't know that I can fully judge, like, what I think of his voice overall, but, like, I enjoyed this story. And I don't think you really had the problem. I don't think you had a problem of, like, trying to fit too much context in. Like, sure, I was kind of like, do we need the escort stuff in there? But anything that, but it wasn't confusing. It was just like, oh yeah, like, okay, I don't know if we need to know that, but it wasn't, like, harmful to the story to include that. So I don't think you included too much context. I think you did a good job of pretty much just including what needed to be included in terms of the context. Oh yeah, how come his sister didn't inherit the wolf curse? And, you know, and maybe that goes along with his sire is not his dad. But the story implied that he got... he got his werewolf curse from his actual dad. So... So that also brings up the question of, you know, why didn't the sister inherit it? Is it recessive? You know. Alrighty, Rue. Let's see what folks in the chat have been saying. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so long-winded. Bro, have you seen the questions on my stories? The questions are longer on my stories. It's totally fine. This is indeed the same character and universe, is just a different perspective. Gotcha. Nice. For some reason, I just imagined werewolves running some kind of shop selling wolf wares. That's great. Hello, Lermfish. Welcome. We are, yes, as Desed says, we're a writing group. We have a prompt every week, and write short microfiction for it, and post it to the Discord. So that is the link to the Discord if you would like to join in our weekly writing prompts. And then I read some of the stories from the week here on Twitch on Saturday. Yeah, anyone can join and be read on the stream. You just have to make sure you follow the rules, and indeed the next prompt will be announced at the end here. No, I don't really just it's very structured, you know, so
Oh, kitty.
so I don't really just, like, get stories submitted and then read and critique them, especially because I need to proof them and make sure that, there's no issues with them for the stream and stuff. Yeah, all the stories are written for the prompt. This prompt is, I made that mistake once, and the next prompt will be announced soon. Thank you for the cheers, Foggy, and welcome, Foggy. Occasionally I do some reading of other stuff. Yep, I do some book reading, some gaming. We do seasonal, kind of holiday events, and so we read those stories. Yep. Summer event stories are probably going to be read next week, and those are much longer, more freeform, and we'll do a Halloween one too. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, new people are allowed. You just have to make sure that you join the Discord and everything, like I was saying. Join the Discord, read the submission rules, make sure you follow them, and new people are more than welcome. Thank you. Whoa! Thank you for the cheer, Foggy. Thank you for the cheer, Steel Bulwark. Thank you for the cheer, Foggy. That is awesome. So I guess that unlocks the fourth one. Well, technically it unlocks the third one, and then the fourth one is the bonus. Why do you gotta mute me now? Now I'm reading your story. But thank you so much for submitting, Ashikon. As I heard myself, I feel like I was giving you a lot of critiques, but please know that my main feelings were quite positive to this story. I enjoy the characters, the universe, and I'm definitely curious to read more about them. Alright, let's go on to Foggy's story. Oh, did I miss some? Pronouns all the way down. Nice. Meant to muddy the line of it, like his brain doesn't always draw a good line. This is about the second into the third paragraph. Yeah, I think that's a difficult thing, because that does make sense, but that's kind of one of those things where sure, it makes sense for the character in the story, but it confuses the reader. And in this case, I don't think it's a confusion that, even if it was a confusion that was intentional, I don't think it's necessarily a confusion that quite works, because the reader is not aware of either of these characters, and so they really need a good grasp on who's who. Iron-coated rose was something I wanted to go with, a very fragrant flower, and rose is the first thing I thought of. Gotcha. I could see this. I definitely should have given this another look before I sent it to you. I'm glad you enjoyed the character. Different fathers, sire's curse, and I definitely did mean sire instead of father. He didn't ever really get to know his sire. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So I definitely thought from the story that this is just his actual father. So then, yeah, why did you say my father's curse in my blood? Is sire and father interchangeable in this world, that the person who turned into a werewolf can be called his father? Aw, you wouldn't critique it if you didn't care about us all getting better. This is true. So yeah, if father is not his biological father, I might make a suggestion to reconsider if you want to use that word, because sire I immediately clocked as like, you can use that for your biological father, but it's a little strange in these days. So I immediately clocked it as, oh, this is the guy who turned him into a werewolf, but I didn't question for a single second when I read the actual story that this was just his biological father. And I would guess that others would likely have the same issue, so definitely something to consider. Foggy, read my story silently. Yes. All right, but let's read Foggy's story. Morning's Chill on a Deer by Foggy. 350 words. Capodius pulled his thick fur-trimmed coat on and buttoned it up. The first blizzard of the winter had hit overnight. He waited for now, while Fia was still getting ready to go. The pair of them had just finished a quiet breakfast she had prepared. It's amazing. She behaves as if this had always been. She's completely changed. Far more content now than all those months ago. Fia appeared in the door's frame, hair up and winter coat on over a layer of sheep hide breeches. Ready when you are. We're still on to infiltrate the Orisel Ball this evening. It depends on how this morning meeting goes. Before we go, are you sure you don't want earmuffs? I know the trees keep the village from freezing over, but still. She touched her earrings while fixing a band of stray hair. I think I'll be okay. Don't say I didn't tell you so. No hat either. You're either brave or dumb. He turned and left with a wide grin. Fia threw out an expletive he couldn't catch, but he turned in time to watch her hurry through the door and promptly slipped on the stone walk. She gasped sharply and reached out for him as she fell backwards. Capodius grabbed her extended hand, keeping her upright. Yeah, I told you it would be cold. Haven't you ever seen ice before? She pulled away and crouched to touch the stone surface. Thin, frosty ice had formed there. Kip, you know where I'm from. They don't get sea ice. Parents' grace, it never drops below balmy there. She looked up. Her eyes glittered like frost. Where's the snow? Capodius pointed to the thick canopy of the stone core pines. The morning light tried to break through. It melts on the canopy and trickles down here. Usually it will melt, but we might spot some on our way to town. Fia stood back up and took Capodius's hand in her own. His smile only broadened as a rather large mass of snow fell from high above. Appropriately, it landed squarely on the top of her head. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Alrighty, Roo. I don't think Foggy had notes, but let me double check. Nope, no notes. Sorry, I messed up on that one. Once again, it is the curse of the tiredness. No note. Oh, Foggy told me. Alrighty, room. This story is very cute. I definitely enjoy the dynamic between these two characters, and I'm curious about them. I would be curious to read about the infiltration of the Orisel Ball. You're talking ball. You're talking infiltration. I'm interested. I think your scene setting works quite well. We just start with him clearly putting on his winter clothes and clearly stating, "Yup, super cold out there. We got the blizzard last night." I am curious what his thought here is. It's interesting because I've been saying this a lot more recently. And I think this is a good thing that I'm starting to say this, that the two kind of more like university things that you have in here are also those things where it's like, is it confusing? Not terribly. Not really. It doesn't throw me too bad or anything. However, is it necessary? Doesn't seem to be. I don't feel like I need to be asking those questions, you know? And so this is definitely one of those things where it's like, I don't feel like I'm super confused. It's just like, okay, so like, this is a new situation for them and she hasn't acted this way before. Like, that's interesting. But it also is not something you're going to go into more than this, and so it doesn't quite feel worth bringing up. And I feel the same way about, like, the Orisel Ball and the morning meeting, that it's like, is that confusing? Not really. Like, yeah, I could see that these are people who infiltrate infiltrate stuff like this, and I don't know who the meeting is with or what kind of a meeting it is, but yeah, not very confusing. However, it won't come up in any other way, so it also doesn't really feel worth having your readers potentially wondering about it, you know? Unless, of course, you put it in there for intrigue for another story, in which case it worked, you know? Though then again, I wouldn't say that intrigue for another story is quite a great reason to include something, you know, in these short stories like that. So I don't wear earrings, but if I understand correctly, especially if, you know, your earrings are metal, which I presume they would be in, you know, this kind of medieval type setting, I feel like that'd be really bad for your ears in the cold. So I feel like not only should he be telling her to put on earmuffs, he should be saying, yeah, take those off. Your ears are gonna turn blue, you know, kind of thing. However, I do like it just simply as an image of her just feeling, yeah, I think I'll be okay, you know? I do think their interactions are quite cute. I do like, you know, her slipping is also cute. I don't know how he would keep her upright, because I assume slipped would mean, like, she is at least halfway down already, in that she's at least leaning back as he grabs her. So I feel like keeping her upright might not quite be the word. Unless you wanted to say, like, she slipped and he, like, put his arm, like, around her waist or something. Yeah. I also do think it's very cute, like, the idea of her never having seen ice and snow before. And I do like your world-buildy swear of Thorin's grace. I think that's great. Love it when authors do that. That's a lot of fun. However, I have a big question for that, which is that if she's never seen ice and snow before, if where she lives is not at all cold, why wouldn't she listen to him? You should absolutely be listening to the person who lives here and knows what he's talking about. Like, I don't know why you would be like, yeah, here's this thing that I never encounter. The person who lives here and knows what he's talking about is saying that I need more clothes. I'll ignore him. Like, I don't know why you would ignore him. Like, I know better. Like, you objectively know that you don't, you know? And then I do think that it's very cute that it ends with, like, it starts with him saying, put on a hat, and it ends with her being, like, her getting snow on the top of her head. So, like, super cute interactions. They seem like a cute couple, and this is a lot of fun, and I love seeing just, like, a happy, very light and benign scene. Like, it's very delightful. However, the biggest problem with this story is, unfortunately, from my understanding of the story, it doesn't really fulfill the prompt. Because as far as I can see it, the mistake is not putting on winter clothes. However, it's not I've made a mistake. It's I made that mistake once. And I don't really see any, like, once in there. Like, sure, like, she's making that mistake, and, like, as far as we know, she's making the mistake a single time. But I do still feel like I need like, either them to mention she's done this before, of, like, remember what happened last time you didn't go out in earmuffs? Or, like, mention at the end something like, he could even be like, you're never making that mistake again, are you? And she could kind of pout about it or something like that, you know? That it would be very simple to convey the once part of the prompt, but I don't really personally see it in this prompt. And I did chat about it with the council, and I will warn you that if we had more generals, then this story probably would have ended up disqualified, because none of us felt like we could really see the prompt. However, we only had 3 generals, so I didn't want to disqualify one of the ones that we had. And at the end of the day, it was a very cute story, and definitely an enjoyable read. Let's see, anything else to say? Yeah, I don't think so. I'll see what folks have been saying. Aw, Foggy, I just wanted to let you know that I still love y'all. That's so sweet. Is my mic too low? Do I need to turn up my mic? Mako, I just realized why I was confused. The trees stopping the snow from reaching the ground is very different from stopping the village from freezing over. Can you elaborate? Brain not braining on that. I mean, I did have a question as well, which is that, like, yes, trees can collect snow, but that doesn't mean there will be no snow in the area, you know? Like, if there's, like, a circle of trees around your town, that doesn't mean that there will be no snow in your town. And that's kind of what this seems to be implying, so I was a little bit confused about that as well. No, and to be fair, I think a lot of people really underestimate climates in places they've never been to. Well, that's kind of the thing. I think it's totally fair for her to, like, you know, underestimate the climate, but what doesn't feel fair is he's being very explicit that she needs to put on more clothes, and she's blatantly ignoring him. That he's like, yeah, like, let's see, where's the first thing that he said? Don't you want earmuffs? You know, I know the trees keep the village from freezing over, but I think I'll be okay. Don't say I didn't tell you so. No hat either? You're either brave or dumb. Like, yeah, sure, he's being a little nonchalant and teasy about it, but he is explicitly telling her, hey, you need earmuffs, you need a hat. And she's just like, nah. So the prompt was that Kips had that snowfall on his head. At least that was the way I intended it to be. I wanted to try and imply it without stating the obvious. I'm not sure I understand. Because, yeah, so if he had stood back up and took Kapadius' hand in her own, his smile only broadened as a rather large mass of snow fell from high above. Appropriately, it landed squarely on top of her head. So, yeah, it landed on Fia's head. Mako, it's still cold and things are frozen. There's just no or very little snow on the ground. Gotcha. The trees create warmth and grow as a dense canopy. Gotcha. And, like, even if the snow did fall on Kip's head as well, I still don't think I would have seen the prompt in that, because, like, I guess it goes back to what I was just saying. That just feels like an accident. Just like, yeah, it just happens to fall on his head too. It's not because he made the mistake of not wearing a hat. Like, as far as I can tell, like, if he's telling her to wear a hat, he's probably wearing a hat. And so if he's not wearing a hat, that needs to be explicitly stated. And regardless, I mean, I guess, like, sure, if he's not wearing a hat and the snow falls on his head, that does fulfill the prompt a little bit better, that it's like, ha, you made the mistake, I did. But because he's explicitly saying, you should wear a hat, it very much seems like he's wearing a hat. And so if he is wearing a hat and the snow falls on his head, that's not really a mistake on his part. He did the right thing. He wore his hat, you know? The last line there being from Kip's point of view, he knew it would hit her. I mean, yeah. Like, again, like, I think it makes sense that he's like, that's gonna hit ya. And it does, and it's cute, and he laughs about it, and he's like, I told you so. But that's not really, I made that mistake once, you know? It's just like him relishing in the fact that she's getting her comeuppance for making the mistake this time, you know? Anywho. Oh, I didn't say, I did like this image. I can really imagine this, like her touching the rock and stuff, and I do think that's very cute as well. But anywho, thank you so much, Foggy. It was great to see your name again. Let us go on to announcing the prompt for next week. Well, that is the thing that you needed to say. You needed to have him say something like, "You're not gonna make this mistake again, are you?" Or have her say, "All right, I'll listen to you next time," or something like that. Like, again, I don't think I don't. You were at 350, so you would have to cut something. Then again, I think you already do have ready-made stuff to cut. You can cut out the thought that he had about her, or you can cut out the stuff about the ball and the meeting. And then you could add in that line about, like, "You're not going to make that mistake again, are you?" Or, like, "Okay, I'll listen to you next time," or whatever, to make sure that the prompt is conveyed. Alrighty, Rue. Get out those drum rolls for the prompt for next week. In third place, with 6 votes, we have a tie between The Darkness of Another's Heart and Trick or Treat. You know, I enjoy those prompts, but not our winners yet. In second place, we have What's the Worst That Could Happen and A Part of Me, each with 7 votes. I find it very interesting because A Part of Me was the one that I submitted. I did not expect it to do that well, so that's good to know you guys actually liked that one. And I'm not surprised you liked the What's the Worst Thing That Could Happen. And then our winner with 10 votes is A Night at the Opera. This is a prompt that has been trying its hardest, the little prompt that could, for a long time. I don't recall just how long, but it's been a long time. And now at last it gets to step out into the sun. The Night at the Opera gets to step out into the sun. Finally, yes. So of course, like, at least for me, like, the thing it first conjures is, like, a literal night at a literal opera. That I think of opera as, like, the, I don't know, performance art style where you have what is kind of like a musical, but it's all like, oh, kind of thing. I can't recall if it's like all of it is sung, but it might be that everything is sung. And so of course you can write about your characters literally spending their night going to go see an opera. And like this, so this really tells you why I can sometimes have problems of not catching a problematic prompt until late. Because I have been really excited about this prompt because, like, I had an idea about my characters going to the opera, and, like, my friend also had an idea about his characters going to the opera, and I was like, this is so cute, I love this idea. And then, but then when it actually was, like, looking like it was gonna win, I finally was like, opera seems highly specific, and that actually might be a problem. And so, but thankfully, I went and looked into it, and actually is not specific at all. So first of all, before I tell you just how non-specific it is, Wolf pointed out down here, there's also soap operas, rock operas, hip-hop operas, space operas, so there's lots of different kinds of operas. But I went and just looked up the definition online, and I posted it here, so, noun, opera, plural noun, operas, a dramatic work in one or more acts set to music for singers and instrumentalists. It was the best performance of the opera he had ever had. Opera is a genre of classical music, a very grand program of opera and ballet, a building for the performance of opera. You will enjoy a visit to the opera. Origin, mid-17th century, from Italian, from Latin, literally labor or work. Opera, second definition, noun, plural form opera, plural form of opus. Okay, opus, music, a separate composition or set of compositions by a particular composer, usually ordered by date of publication. The Gambler was Prokofiev's 6th opera, despite its early opus number. 2, And the most important definition here, any artistic work, especially one on a large scale. He was writing an opus on Mexico. So it went from me being like, this is really specific. You can only write about the performance where they sing in this particular way, to any large creative work. So yes. Ooh, yes, A Night at the Orcival. Yeah, you might be able to do that. That'd be fun. So anyway, so of course, like the most literal and understandable take would be writing about your characters going to like the sing opera thing. You could, as Wolf said, write about the different types of operas. So like I think Star Wars is called a space opera, so you could write about people going to see Star Wars, and that could be the Night at the Opera, But it sounds like you could also write about somebody like writing, they spend their night writing, and that is, a creative work, especially if they're writing about something on a large scale. Oh, I know it's way, way more than Star Wars. I was just using Star Wars as an example. So, yeah, like just any big, grand work that your characters are going to see or going to work on, they need to see it or work on it at night, Flash Gordon, Lesman, Buck Rogers, the things that inspired Star Wars. Fair. Let's see what's going on in the not-so-private chat. Let's see. Inspiration. It looks like a bunch of songs are the inspiration. If there is anything that's a through line of things labeled opera, it's melodrama. Very fair, yeah. Oh yeah, that I didn't say a specific example for the soap operas, but that could be a lot of fun if you just have your characters, like one character is sitting by the TV enjoying the soap opera, and it's like, you going to bed anytime soon? No, like, they just found out it's not Sandra's baby, kind of thing. Prokofiev, Russian composer, very interesting guy. Composer, fair. What else did you say down in your examples? Yeah, so I don't know a whole lot about like, what are some examples of rock operas and hip hop operas to use? And the building is also an interesting one, because you could write about like somebody who works at the opera house, and you could say they spent their night at the opera, that it could be somebody working there. I had to do my work. I had to do the lighting for the opera, so I spent my night at the opera. That could work. Hamilton is like the hip-hop opera. That's fair. Interesting. There was a rock opera called Jesus Christ Superstar. Gotcha. Okay, so what maybe the whole point is there is no difference, but what differentiates an opera from a musical? Because I have heard of both of those things, and I've watched one of those things, and I've just heard them as musicals, referred to as musicals. And so what makes them specifically operas rather than just musicals? Or what would make something not an opera? Like, could you say the Frozen musical is an opera? Could you say Heathers is an opera? Do they all count, or is there some distinction that people have? Tommy by the Who, trigger warnings abound in that one, by the way. Gotcha. Oh, okay. That's it. Says, I think it's that musicals have spoken dialogue sections while operas are all song. Gotcha. Yeah, Mako said the same thing. Pretty sure operas don't talk. And then, yes, and Wolf confirms it. I think this is very much confirmed. Opera has no lines between the singing. Gotcha. but again, like this is the more strict definition, you know, and so like kudos to you if you use the more strict definition, but you know, there is a much less strict definition that technically you could consider, I guess, any musical an opera, at least for the purposes of this prompt. So FYI, I actually was going to, like, when I was like, oh wait a second, this prompt actually might be too specific and I didn't notice. I was actually gonna say, like, oh hey, you can write about any sort of performance, like be it a musical or a school play or something like that, and I will still count it. You know, I won't count it as going against the prompt. And so this opens that up much wider. At least in operetta, but what does that mean? But you can keep discussing the prompt if you want, but there is one other thing I wanted to discuss before we leave for the night, and it is the results from the poll for the haunted house stuff. So I said, what format are you most interested in for the fall Halloween haunted house group event that we discussed last stream? There are 2 polls. Answer the next one. So the options were we agree on certain things right at the same time, a relay where we each add to what the last guy wrote, host starts story, everyone who wants to writes an ending. I want my characters to be a part of this. I want this to be a one-off. I don't know if I need to keep reading all these. You guys can read them for yourself. But anyways, so what one of the 3 formats was host starts story, everyone who wants to writes an ending. So kind of an open-ended starter and finisher thing where there's one starter, everybody gets to write a finisher for it. And then, so, the one-offs, won by a hair, but, people also liked, oh, I didn't actually realize that one won. It looked like this one was winning. But also offer both, people can sign up for both, one by more. And the thing is that, and like, let's go back to how I explained it. So I could offer both options. We could write 2 different haunted house stories, so it can make it so people could participate in both. So am I correct in thinking that means that you guys want 2 starts? You want one start that's like a character start, and the other start that is a one-off start, and then people can participate in both? Or were you only answering these for either of the first 2? Is it that, oh, knowing it's a starter and finisher one, don't bother, you know, trying to do 2? Like, what do you guys think in that regard? And then, so let's see. And then, oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess I must have looked at this I thought I looked at this after it completed, but I must not have, because I also thought this one won. It might have been winning right up until the end. So less writing time and read it on stream Halloween week 1. And then yes, horror 1, but for 6 and 7, one-off is horror, universe 1 isn't also 1. So if indeed you guys do want to, then I'll do, that we'll just do the one-off one. It can be horror, it won't be read on stream, but the character one is not horror. I think I will do that. But it is, I wasn't thinking about that when I added it to the list. There is kind of also this issue of, okay, if this was a relay, if this was either 1 or 2, it would be one story that I read all of it. But if it's 3, that makes it a lot more complicated in trying to figure out how to read it on stream, because it would be, I guess maybe, I mean, it would really depend on how many finishers there are, but I guess maybe it means just read all of them, read all of the different endings. And is there anything else? Oh yeah, I should look at actually, can somebody else I started, so I did do this earlier, but because I was surprised by the results, I think I didn't do it right at the end. So can someone double check for me? I purposely put this on here so that like I'm counting those who are actually interested in participating. So can somebody check the names of the people who just like voting on things? And if we remove the votes of the people who just like voting on things, or make sure they're not in both, because there are some that are in both. If you're in both, you're fine. Count their vote. But if somebody only answered, I just like voting on things, and they did not say they were interested in participating, if their votes were removed, would that change any of the results? Yeah, to be honest, I was disappointed that the relay lost myself, because on the one hand, I can understand why this idea won, that because I do think it is the easiest to do and the least complicated, and you don't have to mess with like time or anything like that. However, it does kind of feel like a little bit of a rehash of what we already did, and I honestly was really excited to do, like, I was really hoping we could do that relay. I mean, I guess, like, I might have to make another poll for this, unless we just wanted to be like, nope, Kaylee's choice, we're doing this. I could do it that like, one of them's a relay and the other one's not. So I could do it, like, what I would probably do is have the universe one, that one be a relay, and then have the one-off one be host start something, and then other people, end it. Would you guys like that? I have no idea what I was thinking when I was voting. I'm gonna have to make another spreadsheet. Very fair. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I don't quite want to do it visible for everyone. That's kind of part of why I asked someone in the chat to do it. But I guess, like, the question would be more, would folks be mad if I offered the relay? Because the relay was the one that got the least amount of votes, and so it's like, would people be mad, or would nobody sign up if I offered the relay? But yeah. Oh, and I guess this would probably be better in another poll. But the question is, who do we want to start it? Because like, I could start it regardless. However, if we do what I just said, if we have the character, we offer both. We have a character one and we have a one-off one. And the character one's a relay, and the one-off one is one person starts it and then everybody finishes it, and it's horror. You're allowed to write horror. If you really want it to be horror, someone other than me should probably write it. Should probably write the start. However, that's a pretty huge honor to be able to write the starter, and so if it's like one starter and everybody else finishes it, which is part of why it might be better to have me do it, just so it's like, no, like, yeah, I'm the stream master, I got to do the thing, like, so that nobody feels like they're being lifted on a pedestal. I mean, I guess that sounds like I'm being lifted on the pedestal, but I hope that makes sense, that it's just like, yeah, because I'm the stream master, I'm doing it. Not because I'm better than anybody. Just because I'm the host, Yeah, oh, it's definitely not going to be. It's not going to be hidden. But yeah, anywho, if there's no other thoughts to offer, I guess that's it. Maybe I'll do another poll to kind of clarify some things and smooth things out. Um but yeah. We are ending an hour earlier than we usually do, yet I feel tireder than I usually do, or maybe the same amount of tiredness. I don't know. You don't think the poll changes dramatically? Gotcha. Well, that's kind of what we were already talking about. That's kind of what the options were about. We'll say, what about a short prologue describing the outside of the house, and people can build from there? That was exactly what the questions were, because like that would be the we agree on certain things, and then everybody writes at the same time sort of thing. Anywho, let me know who you want me to raid. In the meantime, if you are not read here on stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so if you want to be read earlier, you should probably submit now. And you can read your story to others. Others can read your story to you. You can just lurk and hang out, whatever you want to do. Join us or else you miss curtain call. That's a good one. Oh, nice. Raid me. I'll stream myself writing stories for the prompt in an hour or two. For an hour or two. Cool. Can you, like, text the Discord when you're ready to go? Ah, look at those pretty moths. I didn't realize the... Oh, well, yeah, I was gonna say I didn't realize that the 800 one was so filled up, but of course it is, you know, because we got more, unlocked. Gotcha. Wolf on the opera prompt. I was thinking of theater appreciation, but I'm not against some film genre appreciation. Yeah, that is a good point, that it's like, I could see that you submitted this prompt to be like, please appreciate the theater. We don't write about the theater enough. I wonder if that itself should be the challenge of this prompt, is like, oh, that's cute. I went to get rid of my the tag, the ping on a different Discord while we're waiting. It was the Game Grumps Discord, and apparently they're offering very cute Halloween standees. But anyways, so like that could be the challenge of the prompt, is just like, sure, you could write about any creative work on a large scale, and you'll probably be tempted to, but your challenge is to actually write about the opera, or actually write about theater, you know, at least. What was I gonna say? I might have asked you guys this last time. I don't remember your answer. Do you guys think that this is too busy with the bookshelf and the moving plants and all the things around my chat boxes and stuff, or is it completely fine? Because I think I told you guys about this, but oh, I have a lot that I have to. Because like, so first of all, there are other bookshelves. There's 4 bookshelves, and I can have them static, I can have them move. But like this, and I guess that's it. Yeah, this, this. There has to be a 4th. I don't know where the 4th went. But these are the backgrounds, the default backgrounds of this set. But they're very boring for this screen where you can't see the display capture. And so I felt like, you know, I need more. And then we do have purple ones. I haven't uploaded, oh goodness. I haven't uploaded all of them. There's some like stars ones and stuff. Oh yeah, there's also these. If I did these ones, I would need to put my, this one's probably best, my camera over the screen so it doesn't look so weird. But we also have little Halloween kitties. I once again am unsure if this is too busy. And then, of course, we have these. Wolf says he likes it. I think it looks all right, says Desson. Nice. Does that mean you're ready to go? You ready for us to raid you? 90% there. Gotcha. Oh, mic not working. That's too bad. I haven't asked. Is my slinking annoying? Is this very loud and annoying, or is it fine? I'm a fidgeter. I have my fidget toys. I should probably be using my silent fidget, but the slinky was nearby. Okay, Deathhead is live. Wonderful. Okie dokie. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm very curious to see what you guys come up with. It is very likely that that the summer stories will be next stream. So you may end up having to, as long as that goes properly, you may end up having 2 weeks with this prompt. So yes. Let us raid Deathhead. Alright. Oh no. That's not you. You have numbers. There we go. That looks like the right profile pic. Okie dokie. Thank you all so much for joining. I'm very interested to see what you guys come up with. I hope you all spend a good night at the opera, I guess. Goodbye.